validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. Oh, man. It's been a rough couple days. I've been feeling a little bit under the weather, but I'm still going to make this work for y'all for tonight. Special shout out to Daniel. Daniel came in right during the show that started airing. Special shout out to Mr. Shalat. He gave us a shout out in the comments on the platform. So I appreciate y'all for stopping by the show. We are live 7 nights a week, and we do not let the sun rise without going live, but we don't always start on time. We're kind of closer to the time that we set, because as Stephen recommended, we should try to set it for half past the hour, and we're 10 minutes after that. Daylight savings time is going to wrap itself up in November, and that's where you're going to see, because when the time goes back an hour, you'll see that I got a lot more time, and I'll be able to be five minutes past the top of the hour. We won't have all this stuff going on. But yeah, as it stands right now, we're still doing a good job of getting things in. Now, I know that some of y'all are going to be popping up in here because we're going to be talking about what happened with the Senate. There was another thing that actually happened, and I'm going to be covering it a lot more next week. But I just heard recently that automakers were trying to get a bill or a law passed to prevent us from being able to fix our own cars. And I'm going to be going into detail about that in next Monday's show. because it hasn't been turned into law yet, but we're going to be gathering some information over the next week to see what that's about and see what's going on there, and then let you guys know what the ins and outs of that particular situation will look like. He says time to heat up the casserole. I'm trying to told you, bro, because I mean, if they're gonna have us in a situation where we can't fix our own shit, we're gonna end up with the older model cars are gonna end up being obsolete because they're like I know you've seen it on social media where they're burning to the ground junkyards that have spare parts for vehicles so that people can't salvage those vehicles and use them to repair their vehicles. So what people will do is once you run out of options, you can't modify the vehicle anymore. You can't fix it. You can't get it to run. You usually give up on it, right? You're not going to keep a vehicle that doesn't run if you can't fix it. If you can fix it and you can't afford it, you'll keep it. But if you can afford it and you can't fix it, it's no hope. So at that point, they start giving up on these old vehicles. And then the old vehicles become obsolete. Now the problem is that antiques are older vehicles, salvaged or otherwise, that have been fully restored and made to run. Y'all seen that the new Eleanors, or not the new Eleanor, but new models of the Eleanors coming out from Gone in 60 Seconds. That fastback Mustang that's so popular in that movie is starting to come back anywhere between $20,000 and $75,000, depending on the person and how much they had to put into the vehicle. But it's crazy how they are changing the way they're going to be allowing us. So me and Steven with old cars, 20 plus year old cars, we might have to upgrade to something 10 years younger if this goes any further. So I'm going to be watching that for y'all. And then as I get some news, I'll let y'all know. I wasn't planning on upgrading any of my vehicles anytime soon, as long as it push. And the ones I got right now, boy, they pushing. I got to take my foot off the gas pedal, or something. Michael says it'll never happen, AutoZone, etc. And me will never allow it. Well, one of the things that they're talking about doing is passing a law so that the dealership can make certain parts on the vehicles dealership exclusive. And by doing so, even though the external part, like for example, if certain parts on the car, like the alternator or something like that, that's an electronic device, is made with a sensor in it that's exclusive to the VIN number of the vehicle, you can't just swap out parts and put another car's VIN number on your car if the car only works if all the VIN numbers match up. Like, for example, I'm trying to think, certain security locks on the ignition switch or the ECU on certain cars, where you have to recalibrate the whole car in order to function it once you start changing certain parts off the car. The more modern 2026 cars are electrical and they all connect to the ECU. There's a lot more sensors in it. And if there are more sensors that are strategically designed to be exclusive to the individual vehicle that it's in, once you take that part out, the vehicle stops working. If they do go down that path, they will be making the dealerships will be making a lot of money for the mom and pop mechanics to have to bring the vehicle to the dealership and get the car reprogrammed after you do general maintenance, which long or the short would likely increase the cost of repairs by another $250 to $500 just for that scenario. But I'll be going more into detail on that next week because Trump was talking about it. And I always talk to you guys about how politics negatively impacts your ability to make and save and invest money on Mondays. Steven says, if Cubans could keep cars from the 50s on the road with no new parts, I mean, yeah, because the Cuba, the manufacturers are not creating newer cars that have limiters and restrictions on them that prevents those cars from being able to be repaired. If you put a blocker on the car that doesn't allow the car to function unless all of the codes match up, then the car won't start. It's like saying that it's only compatible to one ignition switch, and once you change out that ignition switch, you can't start the car until the dealer verifies that that's a lawful replacement. Because I don't want nothing 2018 or newer in life. I don't know. I think I'll go as high as 2022. I can't say I'm not gonna go to 2022 because I had a 2000 Dodge Ram 1500 and I thought that one was pretty good. 2019 Ford Fusion, 2019 Nissan Versa, not Nissan Versa, Volkswagen Jettas. I mean, 2019 is a good year to kind of. The Bolt was, I think, 2017, 2018. Uh, the Volt, VOLT, not the Bolt, the hybrid electric car that's discontinued now. That one was pretty good in 2017. So there are some cars that I can see myself like not getting something after 2025, but definitely getting something after 2018 for certain makes and models. Toyotas, I could see myself getting a 2023 or 2024 Toyota simply because the price of Toyotas didn't go up until 2025. I'm not getting a Prius, but I could see myself getting something else. A Lexus, a Camry, a Corolla, a Sequoia. I could see myself getting one of those in 2023 model. But I mean, it'll be like 2043 and I'll be buying a 2023. It is what it is. But anyways, we have different topics every night of the week. Yesterday, Sunday, we had questions and comments from the fans. We did a lot of discussions about real estate. Today, we're going to be talking about the what happened with the Senate. And then Tuesday, we talk about how to make, save, invest, and budget money, different ways to look at money, how to protect your money. And then Wednesday, we're going to be talking about Canada, which is we cover different countries around the world that we can invest in and potentially live in. Steven's planning on skipping state, so pull his passport. But and then we're gonna continue covering different countries for the next few. Well, we're gonna every Wednesday, really. Michael says, give me an older car without pollution controls and all electronics, the CPU. Oh, yeah. Why you think? So here's my notion with the jackass moves that they're doing right now. I may go from a 2000s model vehicle to a 19 something models restored vehicle that has absolutely nothing on it. Because you got all of these antique car dealers out there that's selling fully restored vehicles at $30,000 and $40,000. And I'm sitting over here thinking, like, shit, I could see myself getting a CUDA. I could see myself getting a two or three different types of Mustang or a Camaro or something like that, a Chevelle or some shit like that. Because them 1980s and 1970s model cars, 1967, anything, I can see myself going to pick up one of them things for $30,000 or $40,000 and ride that. Because those they're not fucking with. It's the 90s model junkyard. It's the 2000s model junkyard where they're getting rid of the content cars that aren't classics and antiques. So I'm like, shit, go get one and get an engine swap on it and ride that bit for 30 or 40,000 miles. Because it's only gonna last until somebody hit it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Or stage up and go get me one of those body armor filled vehicles and custom made armor plated stage 4, stage 5, like grenade proof vehicles. Get one of those, like a res bonding tank, something like that, so that I don't got to worry about those traffic stops. I am still at the position of having a vehicle with electrified doors. I'll take the charge. But pepper spray on the mirror and electrified doors, I will take that charge, because you're only going to stop me in a very disrespectful fashion one time. I don't care if I don't make it out the traffic stop. I don't care if I don't get a favorable ruling. That traffic stop will be a traffic stop to remember. It'll be like the O.J. Simpson of Resvani take traffic stops. But I guarantee you they're going to change the way they handle shit. He said, my next car needs an ashtray and a cassette for sure. Oh, I know what you mean. No, not a cassette, not a cassette. We're trying to get one with an 8-track tape player in it. We're trying to get one that don't even have a cassette or tape player at all. It's just the turn knobs for the radio, you know, big ass, gigantic ass steering wheel. If it ain't got a floor shifter, it's got one of them things that you got. You know what I mean? Like really old. You know what I mean? Definitely. Isn't that car? Also need the wing windows. I don't like those wing windows. Okay, so you got certain folks that like certain design patterns, but I don't like certain design patterns because while it might look attractive on the outside, the visibility of the vehicle sucks. You can't see shit. Right now, the mindset of the manufacturer is that your ass ain't supposed to be looking backwards, so it don't really matter what's behind you. But let's be real, if you can't see what's behind you, that's when you're going to end up with the most bullshit going on. So you want to be able to see what's behind you. Now, moving forward, we also cover things on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday where we talk about personal development, self-improvement, relationship topics, negotiation, socialization, building your brand. And we've been talking about recently raises, promotions, retirement, termination. We're going to be talking more about termination later this week. And then we start talking to you guys about your 20 or 30-year plans, because knowing where you want to be at in the future and what you got to do to get there today is the importance of how you start building your future. Because in order for you to know, in order for you to make your later greater, you need to know what your later needs to look out like, so that you can know what great feels like, right? You know where you've been, you know what you don't like about it, you know what needs to change, you know where you want to be at, or you start planning on where you want to be at and what that should look like, and then you start making changes to make that happen. You want to make sure that you're not over budget. You want to make sure that you're not you want to make sure that you're not living above your income is not below your expenses. You want to be rational and reasonable and logical about what you're trying to accomplish. So it's always good to figure that out now, because if you can set it up where your lifestyle is inside of the dividend interest paid back to you from your brokerage account, then you can live your best life with no responsibilities other than to spend what you get. But if you continue to set your life up where you have to micromanage everything, you're still going to have a futuristic frustration of making sure that every little detail is incrementally followed. And that's one of the things that makes life very, very hard for you in the future, because you reach a certain age where you don't want to deal with that shit. You might reach a certain age where your mentality can't handle that shit. So you want to be able to set it up where, and this is what helps with Steven's lack of trust. The contract is designed solely for people to do whatever you want. So the lack of trust you have is supported by the step-by-step intrinsic details that you put into the contract. So once you build the rule book, they're paid to follow it. And they're easily able to say no because it's not in the rule book. And they're easily able to say yes because it's in the rule book. Right? And that kind of makes a lot easier for you. And if you put somebody in place while you're alive for them to manage the situation, then you can see the results working. Like I said before, you can have an overseer scenario where they can do it and you can monitor them and make it work, where the situation goes the way it's supposed to go. And all of that gives you the confidence to know that once you pass, your legacy will be able to benefit from it the way you designed it. But I would keep tweaking it. I would right now, even while you don't really think you need it, I would be drafting one page by page, what I would want it to do, and just keep drafting documents. You keep drafting, not documents, but drafting different paragraphs on like try to turn it into a book. And by the time you finish getting all of the things that possibly could get done the way you want it to get done, like borrowing against the trust, leveraging assets, investment opportunities, allowances, maintenance, standard of living coverage, because if the brokerage account if the brokerage account produces revenue and the trust is going to pay all your basic bills for any assets that are under the control of the trust, then you want to be able to make sure that certain assets are under the control of the trust. That way, when you decide to come and get it, you can come and get it and use it. Same thing with putting your vehicles in a separate trust in your first trust. That way, somebody wants a car, they just come up and grab the keys. And the keys are right there in I guess the glove box or whatever the case may be, and the trustee releases authorization, and you treat it like an enterprise with no down payment fee. You just come use it, put gas in it, bring it back, and then notify them of the repairs, and they get it fixed. Stuff to that effect. And when you think about, oh, I didn't know I could do that, you just put it into the contract. You just keep adding to it, and you'll find yourself like, damn, this is very detailed. And the people who come and get it are going to look at you and say, you know what? That's only the beginning. You can put this in there, you can put that in there, you can put the other in there. You can make it a requirement that your kids get financial knowledge before they start getting large sums of dividends and stuff to that effect. There's a lot of stuff that you can put in there to keep the foundation of your first generation legacy continuous. Right? But that also requires for you to start today. So we're supposed to be talking about the chaos in the White House. Early 2026, the United States and Iran were careening towards a cliff, right? We all remember that. And after a series of escalating naval clashes, in the Persian Gulf, the United States airstrikes on the Iranian military facilities under a campaign dubbed Operation Epic Fury brought the two nations to the brink. Now, the fear of a full-blown war was everywhere. And right in the middle of the crisis, the United States House of Representatives did something that looked on its face incredibly bold. They voted to stop the president from continuing the war with Iran. Now, the news was a big deal. It was framed as Congress, after decades of giving up its power, finally taking back its constitutional authority to declare war. It felt like a historic check on a president's power to send American troops into a foreign conflict all by himself. But here's the thing. That vote and the ones that preceded and followed it was almost entirely political theater. It was a performance carefully designed to look like a powerful, decisive action, but in reality, it was built to fail from the start. The vote wasn't a real check on the president. It was a symptom of just how weak Congress has become. Now, the story of why this vote was symbolic and why it was never going to stop the war isn't just about one event in 2026. It's a story that starts about 50 years ago with the law designed to end the imperial presidency. It involves a forgotten Supreme Court case about a man facing deportation that accidentally broke the most important part of the law. And it reveals fundamental truth about who really decides and when America goes to war. Now, this isn't some simple legal loophole. It's a structural trap in American law that makes it nearly impossible for Congress to say no. And it's a trap that almost everyone in Washington knows is there. So to understand the illusion, you have to understand the events that created it. Since in early 2026, the tension in Washington was palpable. The airstrikes against Iran under that Operation Epic Fury were massive escalations. Suddenly, with that abstract threat of war that felt terrifyingly real, questions started flying. Did the president have the authority? What was the legal justification? And the big one, what happens next? Amid the chaos, the House of Representatives took center stage on June 4th of 2026, and they voted on the measure to direct the president to terminate the use of United States forces against Iran without explicit authorization from Congress. When the vote came down, it passed. The headlines painted it as a major rebuke to the president. For the first time in a while, it looked like Congress was drawing a line in the sand. Supporters spoke in historic terms, arguing they were reclaiming the power given to them in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, where the Congress shall have power to declare war, forgetting it was a military operation that turned into a large scale military operation, not a declaration of war. But for millions of Americans watching, the message seems clear. The people's representatives had spoken. The legislative branch was reining in the executive orders. It was a dramatic moment, clash between the two ends of Pennsylvania Avenue and a perfect piece of political drama. But the House wasn't acting alone because just weeks earlier, on May 19th, the Senate had taken a crucial step in a procedural vote of 50 to 47. Special shout out to OG Cooks. And they voted to discharge their own Iran war powers resolution from committee, making it eligible for a full debate and a full vote on the Senate floor. Now, in a rare move for Republican senators, broke ranks to vote with the Democrats, a significant, though thin, bipartisan rebuke. Senators like Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, and Susan Collins argued that their vote wasn't about the president, but about the Constitution. So they affirmed that the power to declare war belonged to Congress, period. Trump didn't declare war. He just said, I was going to blow your ass up. The House then passed its own version in June. So May, the Senate did it. June, the House did it. So there it was. Both chambers of Congress had advanced resolutions to limit the president's war powers on Iran. But if you only read the headlines, you'd be forgiven for thinking that Congress had successfully tied the president's hands. It looked like the system of checks and balances was working as intended. You see, the House and the Senate were on two overlapping but different tracks. The House had passed a concurrent resolution. The Senate, meanwhile, was working on SJRES 185, a joint resolution order for the president to remove U.S. forces from hostilities against Iran within 30 days unless Congress passed a new authorization. While leadership expected a final Senate vote in the coming weeks, the Republican majority controlled the floor schedule, meaning they could delay it, water it down, or prevent it from happening at all. Even getting that final vote was a heavy lift. Under Senate rules, the resolution would likely need 60 votes to overcome procedural hurdles and reach a final up or down vote. Now, the initial procedure vote only got 50. Finding 10 more Republicans to defy the president on a matter of war was a monumental task. So, even in the best case scenario, where both chambers passed the same joint resolution, it would then go to the president's desk. This is the part that nobody pays attention to. And a president who had just launched Operation Epic Fury and repeatedly signaled strong support for continuing the war would almost certainly veto this decision. Overriding the veto would require a 2/3 supermajority in both the House and the Senate. With the initial Senate vote being 50 to 47, they were nowhere close to a 67 vote that would be needed to accomplish this. The numbers simply aren't there. But that's where the perception and reality split. Members of Congress who cast those votes, especially the legal experts, knew the truth. They knew the whole process was headed for a brick wall. and they knew the president would veto the resolution. And they knew they didn't have the votes to override the veto. So why do you think they would do it? Well, why go through the motions of something this grand with constitutional battles if you know that you're going to lose? Because even a failed vote sends powerful signals. Majority vote in both chambers formally declares that Congress views the war as unauthorized. This undercuts the president's claim to broad political backing and gives cover to military and diplomatic officials pushing for a negotiation to end the conflict. And it also sets a visual clock. You know, war powers resolution typically specify a 30-day deadline for withdrawal. Now, that deadline tells Iran and our allies that Congress may not be willing to fund or sustain a long war, which can change Tehran's calculus and encourage more serious ceasefire talks. Now, markets also react. The strong bipartisan vote signals that the conflict might be contained, which can ease the war-related risk premiums driving up prices for oil and shipping. As you guys have noticed recently, special shout out to Mr. Satellite. I told you guys Mr. Satellite was here. Got your new name, Union Channel for Scrooters. Okay. Good to see you again, Mr. Satellite. Long time no see. Now we have watched some gas prices start going down just a little bit. Just a little bit, few pennies, but it's still high as fuck. It's still in the $3 area. Well, I see Scrooter. I was hoping that wasn't Scrotum. It says Scrooter is the new channel I have. Oh, you change channels a lot though. Are you forever experiencing that YouTube ban thing? Because I know that with the political topics that I cover, it has been a long time since YouTube has sat me down and started saying, hey, you can't talk about that. TikTok, on the other hand, TikTok's like, man, he's putting up stuff. Twitter's like, no, don't do it. I got to start throwing stuff on True Social and see how my content fares over there. I broke my phone a lot due to rage on GTA 5 on my phone, on my PS5. Why are you throwing your cell phone because you're raging out on GTA 5? First of all, and we're going to segue back to the main topic. Rage quitting does not require you to throw or break anything. I've been there where I've been mad enough to want to break my Xbox, but the controller was so big that if you just kind of, nothing happens. But I know that any aggressive gamer would have multiple controllers because you have certain controllers that have certain buttons that just don't work the way you want to. I actually started becoming an electrician because I was able to disassemble 5 or 7 controllers and take all of the functioning parts off of all of the broken controllers and put them onto one controller, so I had an extra controller without having to buy more controllers. But the dynamic is that you should still have some broken controllers that you can break those more and throw those all over the place so that you're not damaging your quality controllers. But what does that got to do with your cell phone? Because you're telling me that you break your phone because you're playing your PlayStation. You shouldn't be holding your phone while you're playing your PlayStation. When I die on GTA 5, I smashed my controller. Instead of hitting on my desk, I hit my phone. Why is your phone anywhere near arm's reach? If I was your daddy, I wouldn't buy you shit else. Your phone would just stay broke. You would have got one free replacement. And then after that, you would have to get a damn job. Them phones ain't cheap. Even if you're getting hand-me-downs, some phones is between $500 and $1,500 a phone. And you'd have broke like 4 of them since I met, 7 of them since I met you, and lost 3 if I remember correctly. And you didn't follow my instructions, because when I told you to put up a backup recovery email, so that if in the event that you got locked out, that you could use your recovery email to get your stuff back when you get a new phone. Yeah. And I see that you got a completely different email, so you got locked out of the other ones. I tried to tell you, you know. All right, back to the main topic. Uh, so we were talking about how the expectation that Congress might be not allowing the war to continue past 30 days leads everybody to believe that this might encourage Iran to communicate more and negotiate more. But if the Senate uh, has a measure that dies quietly or fails to pass, the signal is going to flip. The president can argue that he has a freer hand because Congress failed to order him to stop. Because again, they can't order him to stop unless he has 3/4 of the votes. Doesn't have 3/4 of the votes. Now, this prolongs the status quo, because while the Senate and the House are discussing things, Trump can stay at war. When the Senate and the House agrees to it, that's the first notice to the president. He vetoes it, sends it back. Comparatively, comparingly to what's already happened, if you got 50 to 47, you don't have enough people to say, let's really make them stop. There's enough to get a yes vote, but there's not enough to get a unanimous vote, right? Or a majority vote, or a filibuster vote, right? And since you don't have those types of votes where the majority of 500 people are like, man, you should stop. At the end of the day, he doesn't have to stop. There's a fragile ceasefire that punctured by ongoing hostilities, elevated energy prices, and the constant risk of miscalculations in the Gulf, because they already went back to blowing each other up, right? And the members of Congress who cast those votes knew all of this was already happening. And they knew the process was headed for a brick wall, but they also knew the theater itself had consequences. For Democrats, it was a way to formally oppose the president's policies. For the handful of Republicans, it was a way to signal constitutional principles. But it was never a genuine legislative tool to stop war on its own. The script for this play wasn't written in 2026. It was written in 1973 with a law that was supposed to solve this problem forever, but which ultimately made this situation worse. The answer reveals the real nature of the votes. It was, in short, like I said, political theater, right? So when Congress holds these so-called war power votes, this is something that you guys got to understand. We're not just paying for the camera time. If you value members and staff time at $55 to $70 an hour, a single House and Senate push to rein in the Iran war cost taxpayers well into the six figures in labor. $100,000 to $300,000 just to stage what the press openly calls a largely symbolic vote. Meanwhile, the war itself is burning through tens of billions of dollars, with requests for as much as $200 billion more dollars. And that is an oversight. That's expensive political theater, while real accountability, which is cutting off unauthorized war funding through the budget, is left on the shelf. So we just spent 300 grand per meeting for the two meetings that they have, where a third meeting is necessary, for upward of $300,000 a meeting, for us to get two partial yeses, where we need another yes for it to go to Trump And then we need another yes for it to become a mandatory action that the president needs to take. That's like 1.2, 1.3 million dollars to say, hey, cut that bullshit out. So, like I said, the story of the War Powers Resolution of 1973 began in the shadows of a different conflict because Vietnam, by the early 70s, Congress felt like a bystander to its most solemn duty. The United States had been mirrored in a devastating war for years, costing tens of thousands of American lives, all without a formal declaration of war back then. Presidents Johnson and Nixon had used the controversial Gulf of Tonkin resolution and their authority as commander in chief to escalate the conflicts, similar to what we're seeing with Donald Trump right now. The final straw for many was the revelation that President Nixon had authorized a secret bombing campaign in Cambodia without telling Congress or the public. Notice secret. This was the era of the imperial presidency. Remember, we were talking about presidents that were running for 3 and 4 terms. And this is a term for the massive growth of presidential powers. Congress, feeling misled, decided that it had to act. It needed a mechanism to reclaim its constitutional roles. So the result was the War Powers Resolution of 1973. It was meant to be a clear, legally binding framework passed with bipartisan support over President Nixon's emphatic veto. It became law when Congress overrode him, which is a powerful statement in itself. On paper, the law seems solid. It had 3 key factors. He said, tricky Dick Nixon. Yeah, but he wasn't that tricky, though. He was just straightforward. Like, you said I'm not going to do this, but it's already done. So one of the things I've understood about the old folks from back in the 50s and 60s, y'all do stuff. Don't tell nobody nothing. Y'all do stuff. And then after you do it, then you ask everybody if that got done, if it would be okay. If they give you a yes, you've got a post-dated yes. You got a green flag after the fact. If everybody says no, well, that's too bad. It's already done. Watergate. Right. Fact is, if it's already done, I mean, I don't really care what your opinion is. I'm just telling you out of courtesy that this is going to happen, or it's already happening, right? Because we're having a conversation in America about something that's going to happen in another country. So when somebody says, "Oh, I don't want that to happen," it's like, bro, it's going to happen in like 5 minutes. You don't have enough time to find the correct phone to call the correct person to put a stop to it. It's happening right now. He said Watergate was an accident. Was it though? Was it though? What portion of Watergate was an accident, Stephen? I respect your logic, but what portion of that? Because when we started talking about first person accountability, a lot of it was deliberate, and the fallout might have been accidental. It might have been we wasn't expecting that much consequence from the decisions that were being made. But see, when you say that the outcome of somebody's decision is an accident, you know, I don't agree with that particular perception, because we have tuned ourselves to call every unfavorable outcome an accident. Even when you play video games, when you make a choice to go left, go right, go into the tunnel, if you died on that accident, oops, it was an accident. I didn't mean to go that way. Yes, you did. You turned the controller and said pivot left and go that way, and you got murked. You wasn't ready for the outcome. So it wasn't an accident. I didn't accidentally die on the game. I got murked because I wasn't ready for what happened when I made that turn. right? Same thing when we're driving on the road. We're not paying attention to what's going on around us. And then we end up hitting or being hit by the car that was right next to us. It's considered an accident because we wasn't expecting to hit the car, not because we didn't really want to hit that car and we did everything we could to not hit that car. We didn't even know that car was there. We collided with one another. I'm just going to say it's not my fault because I didn't see it. But it actually might have been my fault because I put my car in the way. The other person's going to say it wasn't their fault because they couldn't stop their car fast enough because your car was in the way. But it actually could have been their fault too because they were going too fast to stop. Lack of reaction time means that you were carelessly driving and the other person was recklessly driving, which is why there's a lot of no-fault states in this country. But the fact of the matter is that we call it an accident because the outcome was unexpected. It's not an accident. It was bad decision making. That's what it was. It was bad decision making with unexpected catastrophic consequences. So I would say that Watergate was bad decisions that led to unexpected catastrophic consequences. I'm not going to say that Watergate was an accident. I'm not even going to call it a conspiracy. I'm just going to say bad decisions that led to. Because think about this, Stephen. An accident is peeing on the toilet seat. That's an accident. You aimed and you didn't have enough momentum. Minor technicality. Right? I'll sit with that minor technicality. But when a person in power tells a person under them to tell another person to perform a certain action, certain people are having conversations in certain rooms that the press don't know anything about. Certain people are taking action based on those conversations. And then when situations turn out to be identified as Watergate, the person who made the first decision might have not have been expecting the outcome. It's just bad decision making that led to catastrophic failure. Unexpected catastrophic results. So, and I'm not going to say that they probably didn't regret, they probably regretted the outcome. But once the wheels start turning, like for example, if you put money down on a hit, you can change your mind, but the hit's going to happen whether you wanted to or not. If you put extra money down for the hit and the witnesses, you might have thought, well, if they just gonna get the one person, then you're gonna get this person and the children involved and everything like that. And now you feel bad because certain people got that you wasn't expecting to get got because the target was the target and the shooter was the shooter. But the shooter does not have remorse for the people that are being targeted. You have remorse for the people you wasn't expecting to be targeted. So the decision to take the hit or put out the hit could have caused the outcome that you wasn't expecting. Like, for example, you might be like, hit, put it up there. They might decide car bomb near a school where your kid is at. So the hit went from just this one person getting got to your kid getting blown up. That's just, it's bad decision making, catastrophic results that you weren't prepared for. And you see it on the movies all the time where they'd be like, I wasn't expecting it to end up like this. Yeah, but now we're surrounded and under gunfire. We gotta finish what we started. So when they put this together back in 1973, the first consultation requirement was that the president had to consult with the Congress in every possible instance before sending troops into hostilities. I'm just going to tell you that Congress is not paying attention to what happened this year because Donald Trump sent troops to areas that weren't hostile at the time. And it became hostile while the troops were stationed there. So he didn't need permission to send the troops. Because if you remember, Donald Trump sent all of those troops to Iran to block the strait, to block the ports of Iran during peace talks, right? So any president can call for protective military strikes, stopping drone attacks and everything to that effect. You don't have to really talk to Congress about a lot of that stuff. National security. Congress is going to turn the other cheek and not ask any questions about it. But when they were doing the ceasefire negotiations, all the B-2 bombers and everything else he sent over there to camp in front of the ports, so that it, from a military perspective, it was getting in the face of your opponent and daring them to hit you so that you could beat their ass. That's exactly what was going on right now. So he put the people there. There wasn't conflict happening at the time. So he didn't have to ask Congress about that. And then Iran tried to blow up the guys that were hanging out outside. And that was kind of it. Now it's like, well, retaliatory action, because during the second negotiations, when Donald Trump said that he was an hour away from taking action on them, they shot missiles. Iran shot missiles first during those negotiations, and the U.S. started taking out their ballistics missiles that was shooting at the Americans during those negotiations. And what stopped those negotiations was Iran was not withdrawing from their offensive attacks in Libya while the U.S. was talking to Tehran. And that's what led to the back and forth action that's happening right now. Because had Iran stopped, had Israel, because Israel was approaching Libya while Tehran in Iran was trying to pull back from the United States. So it was almost like 2-on-1. How you gonna ask me to talk to this guy when this other guy over here is still kicking my ass? It's like, fuck that, I'm gonna fight back, right? And that's where the second set of peace negotiations kind of fell apart. So when they say that before sending troops into hostilities, the president is supposed to talk, the idea was to force a conversation and make Congress a partner from the start of any military conflict. No one complained about Iraq, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, nor Afghanistan. No one complained about hunting down bin Laden. No one complained about kidnapping that guy from Venezuela. Congress didn't say, "Oh, that's inappropriate. You shouldn't have went over there and abducted that man." I don't care what they call it. Oh, narcotics, whatever. Bro, you arrest people in America for committing American crimes. You don't arrest somebody in another country. What warrant do you have that is an international warrant to search and seize an individual in another country, in a country that probably doesn't extradite, might I add? He said Korea, the president never went before Congress, nor even asked Truman. Right? Well, are you talking about North Korea or South Korea? Because I know technically Korea is just one country, but you have Kim Jong-un at the top, and then you have the rest of Korea at the bottom. And Kim Jong-un ain't asking nobody for nothing. He's gonna do whatever the fuck he want to do. I don't know how this country is going to function when this man dies. Are they gonna put somebody else in his place? Or after he passed, will it just become the democracy that Korea was supposed to become? Like, how is that gonna work? Because the people who are raised in this culture to respect this guy's beliefs should carry his legacy after he passes. And with a monarchy like this, and I don't even think Kim Jong-un has a legacy. He doesn't have a son or anything like that to inherit his position. So there's going to be a vacuum for authority figures when Kim Jong-un passes. So I'm trying to figure out, like, how does that work with North Korea? Is that going to be the time that South Korea starts pushing forward? The people in Seoul are going to war. You know, is that what's going to happen? I don't know. Steven says, who needs an international warrant when they have helicopters? Shit, America don't even bring a warrant in America. They got the right to lie. So you got backstage bounty hunters and everybody like that coming up there knocking on your door like they got the right to be in your house because they feel like it, knowing damn well that if you're not in hot pursuit of the person, that it's a cold bench warrant, and a cold bench warrant must accompany a search warrant because the arrest warrant allows for you to imprison this person lawfully. That's what the arrest warrant is for. And the search warrant allows for you to search the house. And you look at so many different videos on social media where people just think they know what they're talking about. They're like, oh, yeah, you got to have a warrant. You got to have a warrant. No, 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 no. You got to have a specific warrant because you can have an arrest warrant, but if you don't have a search warrant, you can't come in the house. You can have an arrest warrant. And if he is outside of the house, then you can do whatever you want to do outside of the house. But if he is inside of the house, or if you have reason to believe that he's inside of the house, you don't have photos or video of him inside of the house. You have a hunch. You have a gut feeling. You're going off of a cold tip from a tip line that he might be in the house. The fact is that you have to get a search warrant. And the law requires you to present that warrant upon entry, which means that you've got to show me a copy, whether you email it to me, whether you send it to me in a text message, that an official PDF from a courtroom that shows that you have a warrant to get there, or bring me a paper copy. But unless you do one of them three things, since the law is incorporating digital filings, unless you do one of them three things, you can't come in without a search warrant. I'm not required to let you in with an arrest warrant. I'm required to let you in with a search warrant. But they don't need the warrant because they'll kick your door in, they'll arrest everybody in the house, and come to find out that the person they were looking for wasn't there. Oops, my bad. $1 million lawsuit. They killed the people, dog, and everything. I've seen a lot of stuff. In America, you're guilty until proven innocent. Yes. And one of the things you're going to find in America is that in the cities, in the counties where the police experience the most hostile citizens, the police are the most aggressive. So in a town that's laid back, very little crime, very little resistance from the population, very little rebellion, the police officers are laid back and friendly. They'll communicate with you even if they got to give you a ticket. Sometimes they'll give you a pass because it's like, I don't want to do the paperwork and I probably won't see you again, But in a city where everybody's standing on their constitution and they're fussing and arguing and cussing out the police, and I pay your salary and you can't tell me what to do, and resisting arrest, obstruction, fighting back, and this, that, and the third. And not to mention the criminals that commit crimes that justifiably need to get their ass whooped by the police. The police come so aggressive because their behavior is stereotypical to preemptively act on what they think will happen so that they can have the edge against the citizen, right? Because 2 cops show up to 300 people. One of the reasons why you'll have 10 cops pull up on a car is because they want to have 10 cars there in case you run, right? But usually 2 cops pull up because it's supposed to be overwhelming force, but like less than 1% of the population is law enforcement. So if you really wanted to rebel against a local law enforcement, you would outnumber them with equal force. Everybody's got their Second Amendment, and you've got law enforcement versus a protesting group that's armed. You've got more civilian firearms than you've got law enforcement firearms, and that's going to be a military skirmish right there. They're going to start bringing tanks in and everything like that because, it's crazy. He said, Little Erie Cartman's, who's Little Erie Cartman's? When he played the cops, Respect My Authority. Because I didn't know who the fuck was Little Erie Cartman. Respect My Authority. Eric Cartman from South Park. You will respect my authority. Screw you guys. I'm going home. All right, now the second thing that they put in place with this was reporting requirements and the 60-day clock. If the president did send troops, he had to report to Congress within 48 hours, which press talks, technically, they got notified. This report would trigger the law's most famous feature, the clock. The president had 60 days to continue the military action. If Congress hadn't declared war or authorized the action by then, the president was legally required to end the operation. A 30-day extension was allowed for safe withdrawal, giving a president a 90-day leash at most. Now, this was the heart of the law, designed to prevent the slow creep of a conflict like Vietnam. But the authors of the resolution knew even this might not be enough. What if the president just ignored the clock? They needed an enforcement mechanism. They needed a way to pull the plug. And so they included a third critical provision, the concurrent resolution. Section 5C of the law says that at any time, Congress could pass a concurrent resolution to order the immediate withdrawal of forces. A concurrent resolution passes both the House and the Senate, but, and this is the crucial part, it is not sent to the president. That meant it was veto proof. This was the genius of the plan, or so they thought. They had to create a kill switch. And if the president started a war Congress didn't support, a simple majority in both chambers could end it. It was Congress's ultimate trump card. So for a little while, this was the state of play. And the War Powers Resolution stood as Congress's attempt to rebalance power. The presidents from Nixon onward immediately contested its constitutionality, and compliance was very rocky from the start. Still, on paper, the veto-proof resolution was Congress's silver bullet. It will never happen. That would only handicap the president. I agree. It would handicap the president. The Supreme Court fucked up when the president was using the tariffs to manipulate Iran into cooperation, where instead of using physical military force, he was using monetary gains to control other countries. Once they took that playing card out of Trump's hand, he had very few options to maintain control over the situation, which leads to the aggression we have now. If they stop crippling a billionaire's mindset, the billionaire can do what billionaires do best, which is control the situation through capital gains. He said, not only that, there's not a lot of money in war. There's a lot of money before the war. They're fighting over money right now. Oil is money. So you have money fighting over money while spending money. That's what we got right now. It's been going on since the conception of society. You're right. Well, most wars happen either from the division of resources or women. That's like the two things that cause wars: women and resources. Because when there aren't enough resources going around, men start wars. And when something happens to one of the women, men start wars. But beyond that, men can negotiate stuff when the women aren't the cause of the war, right? But in this situation, it is fighting over resources while expelling resources with the ability to make a lot of money off of resources because we're fighting over resources, which is a double-edged sword. But one of the things that I noticed is that when you think about what we just talked about, he said it's geopolitical, right? The Troy War, exactly. The Troy War, exactly. Perfect example. But what we're thinking about right now is that they had the conflict in February, right? And it lasted until about like March or April. Then they had that little bit of a ceasefire time, right? And then they were supposed to stop. It was like a week or so. and then they kind of went back at it, right? Then there was a second time that they were supposed to negotiate where they stopped, right? So technically, uh, they have not been at specific conflictual war for 90 consecutive days. Uh, from February to April, there might have been 30 to 60 days, but there was a hiatus sometime in April. Then you had a little bit of a layover after, I think, the 23rd of April. They kind of had a little bit of back and forth action. They were at a standstill because it was a 7-day ceasefire and nobody moved for like 2 or 3 weeks, right? They didn't just immediately go back to bombing each other, but they were doing defensive responses to certain skirmishes. And then uh, even though negotiations didn't work, they were not blowing up each other. And then something happened where Iran just accidentally tripped over a nuke button, or not a nuke button, but like a ballistic missile button. And then all of a sudden, they started blowing each other up again. So, Queen or Princess Helena. Yeah, so with the Troy War. So at some point, they started back up with blowing each other up. Like I want to say, like a week or so ago. So they've been in conflict for less than a month. So technically, according to this expectation, Donald Trump can, without approval from Congress, run this till September. That's kind of the way it looks. Like he can run it till 90 days. So, June, July, August. And, and when you talk about late June, July, and late August, you know. But if he does the devastation attacks, because I've seen some press conferences recently where he's like, I'll give it them till the day, and so that means by tomorrow, well, we're going to see this, this, and this. We're blowing up all the bridges and all the plants and blah 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 blah. And I got to double check and see if he actually made such a strike. But if he eliminates all of the power plants that they have and really dismantles their infrastructure, it's not going to take him 30 days to make Iran stop moving forward. If he follows through with what he said he was going to do. But the dynamic is that Congress believes that they've got an ability to make them stop. But here's the thing: in 1983, in a court case that had absolutely nothing to do with war, the legal foundation of that silver bullet was shattered because the case that dismantled the most powerful part of the war powers resolution was about one man, Jagdish Chadha. Jagdish Chadha, born in Kenya to Indian parents with a British passport, came to the United States on a student visa. When it expired, he was effectively stateless and faced deportation. Okay. An immigration judge suspended his deportation, citing extreme hardship. But the immigration law at the time contained a legislative veto, allowing one house of Congress to overrule the decision. In the 1975 situation, the House of Representatives did just that, passing a resolution to deport Chadha. Chadha sued, and his case wounded the Supreme Court. It fucked up the whole situation. In 1983, Immigration and Naturalization Service versus Chadha became a landmark decision on the separation of powers. This is the part that people don't pay attention to. The Supreme Court sided with Chadha, writing for the majority. Chief Justice Warren Burger argued that the House's action was a legislative act, and for any action to be law, it must follow the Constitution's recipe. Bipartisan, hold on, let me say that again. Bicameralism, which is passing both a House Senate vote and presentment, being presented to the president to be signed and or vetoed, right? So since that's the constitutional expectations that both the House and the Senate have to agree to it and send the bill to the president to be vetoed, the one House legislative vote that vetoed uh, Chadha failed both of those tests. And it was an action by only one chamber, and it was never sent to the president. So the Supreme Court declared it unconstitutional. But the court's ruling was sweeping. It doesn't just strike down the specific provision in Chadha's case, it condemned the entire concept of the legislative veto, because in his dissent, Justice Byron White warned that the decision sounded the death knell for nearly 200 other statutory provisions that relied on a legislative veto. And one of those provisions was Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, that concurrent resolution Congress's veto proof kill switch. Because if the House and the Senate can vote without bringing it to the president's attention and then put a stop to the war, bypassing the president, that would be considered unconstitutional. So that means that in order for them to maintain their constitutional position, they would have to make the decision, go to the president, get the veto, bring it back to the House and the Senate, do it again, get a majority vote, more than 60%, potentially run it back to the president, possibly get it vetoed again, then get a unanimous vote before anything can happen, which could drag out because it takes them like 30 days to get some shit done. So the next time they vote again might be in July. And if Trump vetoes it, and he could delay his veto until to the last day, to the last hour, and then make them reconvene after the veto, which gives him plenty of time to take action. He doesn't have to veto it the day that he gets it. He can think about this shit. Michael says, what makes America safe? The military. No, it doesn't. He said, hold on, I got a call from a war room. The military isn't what makes America safe. What makes America safe is negotiations. Enough people make money from America that they would prefer to keep America producing money. Enough people sell enough shit in America and turn a profit from America that it benefits them to allow America to do what America does. Former presidents, Republican and Democrat alike, would give billions of dollars to other countries just to accept the deportees. So all you had to do was just let the plane land and let this person get kicked off of the plane, where in a lot of countries, people who got deported back to their country might get killed once they get back to their country. So billions of dollars to accept exile, right? Exile people, right? And they didn't even accept a lot of the exile people. So the fact is that it was again, resources and greed and negotiations. Stephen says Congress gave up their powers a long time ago. Damn right. They have no teeth anymore. Bro, they got no teeth or gums. They're trying to slap this thing with their tongue right now. It's like they can only make suggestions now. Well, tell me about it. They can't even make a suggestion now. They are 500 and something figures that are just watching, because they've got a president that doesn't ask for permission right now. See, so several presidents in the past might ask for cooperation. And if they don't get the cooperation, they might go through the process of deliberating with the people who don't cooperate. Donald Trump is a person that doesn't cooperate. So he's going to do what he thinks he can get away with, and he's going to do what he believes that he's allowed to do, and he's going to do the things that test the limits of everything. 35 felonies and no conviction No, 35 felonies, the conviction, no sentencing, and everything got thrown out. And he became president after that because he actually did get convicted. He got convicted in like June or July of his campaign run. And then all of a sudden the case disappeared right before he got elected. And I was sitting here thinking, man, they should have sentenced him and he would have did a world tour from prison. But the Constitution does not say that you can't be a convicted felon and a president at the same time. You just have to live in a country for more than 15 years consecutively, be native born, and over the age of 35. Those are the only three major requirements to be the president. You have unwritten rules like being able to handle large quantities of money and being able to raise large quantity of money. And that's what presidents do the campaign trail for, is to raise large quantities of money. But that's it. That's it. That's all you need to do. And you could be the president. So you could be a felon and be a president at the same time. But yeah, Congress got no skin in the game now. You know, they just show up. They're like a student government right now. They just show up and talk and make decisions that the people in authority do not pay attention to. He said the military is the hammer. The military is not the hammer. Okay, so here's the thing, Michael. I know that you from the old school. So if the military is the hammer, the military would be the hammer in the toolbox, in the closet of the shed, where they don't matter until we need a hammer. Nobody's protected because of the hammer in the shed. We're protected because everybody profits off of coming here, right? We have not had a legitimate attack on America outside of claims of terrorism that a lot of the times was done by Americans, right? At home. We have not had a military force of any size come and just start shooting up or blowing up anything in America. Americans do more damage to America than any country has done since World War II, since the Civil War, since 1960 something, right? And I know that 1960 was like women's liberation, not the actual Civil War with the freeing of the slaves. But the reason why I'm saying 1961 is because look at how the country got fucked after the burning of the bras. The fact of the matter is, no country has aggressively come onto American soil in military force. So is the military protecting the United States? No, it's not. It is tactically utilized in overseas negotiations with other countries. It is not utilized to defend our borders. It is utilized to defend overseas negotiations. So the military is not actually protecting us from invasion because nobody even tries to invade us. You understand? Which is one of the reasons why, like, it's like saying that, my gun that I haven't had to use to defend myself in a long time, it is the reason why people don't start shit with me. No, people don't start shit with me because they benefit from me, not because I have a fire, right? So the military is not the reason why people don't come here with the bullshit. The people don't come here with the bullshit because Americans spend trillions of dollars on shit like TikTok. So why fight Americans when we can just take all of their money? They're willing to give it away because we created an app. So why go and blow up America and force them to give something that they would voluntarily surrender for entertainment? So the military isn't what keeps this country going. It's the negotiations and trade wars. Steven said Kanye West should be the president next. We don't need any more brothers in the White House. I ain't even gonna cap. After Obama did everything that he did for them 8 years, I think that's the last one we need for the next 10 years. We don't even need no black female president talking about first black female. No, we don't even need that. We don't need that. No Michelle Obama. We don't need that. We could use some free healthcare. We could use that. We could use the $1 million of reparations. We could use that. But we don't need. What we need is for the people to stop trying to say the Democrats are idiots when Democrats are doing, because look at what just happened. The Republicans just passed a vote to say stop fighting, come to a resolution. The Democrats said, wait, Article C. Who was smarter? People stop saying that Democrats are idiots and start paying attention to the fact that you disagree with certain decisions that Democrats make. But the Democrats make the most logical decisions. Michael says, would rather fight in someone else's backyard than our own. You ain't never lying. War of 1812. Right. But War of 1812, we're in 2026. That's over 200 plus years ago. The Revolutionary War. We have not had a revolutionary. We have not had an accidental skirmish at the border. We didn't even brush elbows aggressively with freaking Canada recently, right? Like without the military, Mexico would have invaded the United States. That's a lie. That's a lie. And I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay, so here is why that's a lie. That's a lie. Because up until the deportation thing that happened with Donald Trump in 2005, for the last 10 years or so, Mexicans have been crossing the American border at 200 and something thousand people per month, which is a couple million Mexicans a year. Probably like 2.4, 2.5 million Mexicans a year. We had upward of 14 or 15 million Mexicans in America, undocumented, small business developers and everything to that effect, making money from America that had been here for 10, 15 years, got third generation anchor babies, right? And we have a military force. We have a military force at the border, border patrol on top of that. And yet 200 something thousand Americans or 200 something thousand Mexicans entered America every month. So that's not a valid understanding. You can't say that, Mexico would have been, because technically Donald Trump claims that the massive deportation thing that's got ICE riding around snatching up people's children and bringing them to military black sites is because we were already invaded. So, I mean, if you believe that the measures that they're taking to force people out of the country is due to the already invasion of American soil by non-American people, then you can't say that the military stopped the invasion, because we already got invaded for 15 years. We just made peace with it by dating the women that came over and changing the way we crip walk with the males. He said, "Let's get Gavin from California next." That would end well. Your sarcasm was noted. He said, "Remember the Alamo," but remember the Boston Tea Party. I mean, you can call for all sorts of stuff. Let's go back to the South shall rise again. Let's go back to the Napoleon era when they were conquering Louisiana and talking about the British are coming, right? Let's go all the way back to that. When you say that the military is the reason why we never got invaded by a neighboring island. No, we have negotiating agreements that allow for people to do the things that they want to do that doesn't require military force. There isn't a situation. Nobody ever forces their way into America by military force. They buy their way in. America is up for sale to the highest bidder. We don't need a military force for our territory. We need a military force to get involved in other people's shit. Look at where we are right now. In the Middle East, blowing up shit. How many Iranian vessels have come to America? How many American planes have come to America? How many American planes have been, how many Iranian planes have been shot down near American waters? Everything is happening off the shore of Iran. He said, name one country that doesn't have a military or protectorate. I don't think that you're making any sense here. So the capabilities to identify yourself as a state is to have the capabilities to defend your lands to a minimum degree. The ability to identify yourself as a nation is to be able to defend yourself to a minimum degree. But when you claim that the reason why we have not been invaded is because we have a military presence, that's not true. We sell ourselves to the highest bidder. The difference between us being taken advantage of raw like a Diddy party is the fact that we're selling it to the highest bidder so you can free use us for a price. So you're not making a point there. Name a country that is willing to give up their military. You name a country that has not been sold to the highest bidder, that hasn't been attacked after the fact, like Venezuela, like Iran. You name a country like that's not willing to negotiate price, like Cuba, right? At the end of the day, it is about negotiations and trade and commerce. It's not about military force. But if I can't get what I want from you for a reasonable price and I'm gonna blow your ass up and take it from you, that is still not the America is taking from everybody else. America's selling everything to the highest price. You can buy land from America, which means that if you had that kind of money, you could buy all of America's land and not be in America. China could buy all of America from America and have a deed to the United States if they so wanted to. Because there's no law that prohibits a specific quantity of land from another country to be bought up, right? But nobody needs to buy land in America. We could just buy America's debt and have them pay us back with interest. Again, there is no scenario where the military force is the reason why nobody wants to come here. Nobody needs to come here, because why should we even waste effort in sending troops when America's up for sale to the highest bidder? Everything that has happened in the last 2 years has been based on resources. And it has all been in other countries. And every conflict happened over there. Not because we have a military force, because nobody felt like coming over here. Only reason why they don't come is the military. That's not true. The only reason why they don't come, good, thank you, Stephen. The only reason why they don't come is because they're off to the highest bidder. Look at what happened with TikTok. Look at what happened with TikTok. Multi-trillion-dollar business. America gets 51%. TikTok gets paid. Not one Chinese ship, not one Beijing airplane had to come to America. Who did that? The military. The military didn't do shit. The American military did nothing to allow America to not get got by somebody else. You can buy land in other countries, right? But you're still not validating your claim, because you're claiming that the only thing stopping us from being overthrown is our military, and our military is not the reason why we're not being overthrown. It's because we make more money. We spend more money than any other country in the world, which means that every other country can make more money from us than what they would conquering us. It is an opportunity cost. Instead of taking over your neighbor and forcing oppressive style collection of resources, you just let them do what they do and get a cut from it. You save resources. You don't have to put in extra money on a rebellion. You don't have to continue to spend money on defensive conflict from the civilians, not the military. And then you get way more money from them voluntarily, because you're selling them shit that they don't need, that they're willing to pay for. I was just in a discussion with somebody just earlier today about them wasting $200 to $600 on Jordans for their kids. And they tried to validate the fact that the shoes that they're buying, there's not $600 Jordans or cheap, low quality shoes, because they get them from Walmart. But I keep telling them, you don't got to go to Walmart. You can go to Reebok or Foot Locker. Nike makes Jordan. So a $600 pair of Jordans is a $60 pair of Nikes. A $250 pair of Jordans is a $25, $30 pair of Nikes, because Nike makes Jordans. But it is up The price goes up when you put the little silhouette of the guy dunking the ball on the side of the fucking shoe. But high top Nikes is exactly freaking Jordans, just without the symbol on it. Back in our day, we had Payless. Pro Wings are in fact Air Force Ones. Again, people are willing to spend extra money for branding. And a lot of these shoes come from where? Asia. Where you got Asia, you got Africa, you got all of these other places where they're making millions of dollars off of selling their shoes to us so that we can shoot each other up for scratching the shoe. They don't got to come over here and take over nothing. The military ain't got nothing to do with why we're not being conquered. We're not being conquered because we're financially wasteful, and they can make a shit ton of money off of financially wasteful people by selling them bullshit and branding it. America does not have to conquer every single country that they go over there and affiliate with. A lot of the countries that they affiliated with, like when they did the contract with China, the one that they did with India, and I can't remember the other country that they did with the medication, with the pharmaceuticals. It was a transaction of resources, not military oppression. India did not send troops over here so that they could sell them pharmaceuticals. They just stopped buying oil from Russia. Russia stopped blowing up Ukraine. But Russia didn't come and blow up America, not because they were afraid of American troops. You got to think about this, Michael. From a waste of money dynamic, it's okay if China and Russia gives on their military, call me. Well, I mean, you can dismiss the discussion by saying, oh well, if they give up their military, you let me know. Yeah, you'll die before they give up their military, but giving up their military is not the point. Because the point is that a lot of the things that we spend so much money developing for military use is actually one of the reasons why we have better civilian stuff. Elon Musk was making certain things for space travel that turns out to be very good for efficient vehicles right now. We have the weapons that we use to oppress civilians with the police department is former military tactics. Everything that America makes for its military is then sold to another country, which is the black market's arms trade, which is equivalent to Ford selling its parts to Chevy. And then you have two cars that look exactly alike. Take that back. Three cars that look exactly alike because the Mustang, the Camaro, and the Charger all have the same fucking body style when they're 2 to 3 years apart. And it's the same dynamic, So you're gonna say, oh well, America is like the superpower. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with the fact that we might have a lot more shit that we don't need in comparison to other people. But they're not coming here because they're afraid of us. All right, they're not coming here. He said, so you're saying to get rid of the military? No, you are saying that the only reason why we have not been attacked is because we have a military. And I'm telling you that is not it. The only reason why nobody's blowing us up is because they profit from us continuing to waste money. And that is my point. He says Jordans are not where it is because DC takes shoes, DC skate shoes. Jordans are shit, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. They are very. It's the same quality as regular Nikes. It's just it costs way more money because of the branding. That's it. It is. It's just the branding, but it's made by the same company. Michael Jordan did a shoe deal with Nike and put his likeness on it. So if you look at like the LeBron James shoes with Converse or some shit like that, it's still fucking Converse. So when you put somebody's branding on it, it doesn't make it any better. So my point of the whole size story, Michael, my whole point of the matter is that our military isn't the reason why we don't experience what we cause in other countries. Our military causes unnecessary conflict in other countries, but we let it happen because it's not happening over here. But the stuff that we go through over here ain't got nothing to do with us having a military. Because, like we said, you say we got our military force keeps us from getting attacked, right? But a lot of people will claim that if it wasn't an inside job, that 9/11 happened and the Twin Towers got blown up, and we had the same fucking military force, the same damn Homeland Security setup, the same damn everybody watching everything, and we had two fucking planes that we did not stop blow up two big ass buildings, and we used that as an excuse to get oil from Afghanistan. Now, if we had such an invincible military force, them two planes, casualties of war, would have been blown out of the sky, and them two Twin Towers would still be standing. You can't say, oh, they didn't know. Well, if they didn't know, then they're not effective. And if they're not effective, then stuff can happen on American soil. And our military that doesn't protect ourselves is off kicking off shit in another country is not the reason why we don't get attacked. The reason why we don't get attacked is because nobody tries. They make money off of us. That is the whole reason why the discussion that happened in February was the Supreme Court stopped Donald Trump from overtaxing other countries, which is money, not military force, because they said it was unconstitutional. So stop overcharging other people to control them. Where was our military force in that argument? They weren't there. Once Donald Trump stopped taxing people, he sent the military. Now, can you say that we can control another country over there with our military force? Yes, we can. And I will never disagree with that. But our military is not the reason why we don't get blown up. We don't get blown up because it is a financial inconvenience to every country that trades with America, because we spend the most fucking money. And the country that spends the second largest quantity of money is China. We spend the most. China spends the second largest quantity of money. Nobody's blowing up China. Nobody's blowing up America because we spend the most money. I don't give a damn how you don't like the neighbor next to you, but if you make a bunch of money off that motherfucker, you ain't gonna like them, but you're gonna keep collecting that fucking money. You're not gonna go over there and fuck up their shit. You're gonna let their operation stay the way it is because you're getting paid off of it. He said that's terrorist shit happens. Bro, no. That's not, you're right. It is economics. And that's what I was trying to get you to understand. It's not the military force that stops us from being blown up. It's economics that nobody wants to come over here because they make profits, not because they're afraid of our military. We blow them up and they might be afraid of what we're doing to them on their turf, but they don't come to our turf, not because they're afraid of us, because with all the troops that we deployed over there, who's guarding our borders right now? Name a military excursion that is off the coast of California, Florida, Louisiana right now, New York. What military ship? Give me one ship off the coast of California. Give me one ship off the coast of Louisiana. Give me one ship off the coast of Florida. Give me one ship off the coast of New York. You don't have one because they're over there blowing up fucking Iran. And when you say terrorist shit happens, no. Most of our terrorist attacks are Americans. Most of our terrorist attacks are Americans attacking America because we don't like the way things are happening in America. We do not have repetitive different countries blowing up America. But other countries can say, yeah, America was here with their red, white, and blue blowing the fuck up out of this country for the last 4 months. Do you think Iran, if given a nuke, would not use it? Bro, you got so many countries around the world that have nukes. And they don't use them because it's fiscally irresponsible. Do you believe that if Iran had a nuke, would he use the nuke? On who? Because Iran was making money off of the United States up until like February. And here's another thing. We had this discussion before. Well, I think it was FX Trader and some other people who were like, oh, yeah, nobody can stop Iran from making nukes. I agree. But for some reason, They weren't trying to make nukes. They were claiming to be doing renewable energy kind of thing. So for some reason, they didn't have actual nuclear missiles that were being launched when the shit first started. Their ability to make nukes and their actual accessibility to nukes is two different things. They have had 20 years to create at least two nukes since they were still utilizing the nuclear facilities that they were not supposed to have. And what nuke did they have that America went over there and blew up without actually nuking Iran in the process? So you're asking a straw man topic that does not validate the thing. Steven says we need to focus on the war on poverty. What happened to that? Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Steven. What happened to the war on poverty is, I can tell you what happened to the war on poverty. Let's go back to that fucking prom. All the poor people who took all that extra money that they got from the government and wasted that money. There is not going to be a war on poverty. There's already economic zones that allows for big business to get massive tax deductions and grants that will fund a lot of their overhead to manufacture low-income housing. Donald Trump just changed the laws to prevent big business from buying up pre-existing housing. Homeowners must be single-family homeowners, or big business must buy the house one house at a time. You can't buy the whole neighborhood, right? Now, that is going to encourage big business to do ground-up development, because we have, I think, 3 or 5 million homes less than what we need all over the place, right? So big business can buy up as much land as they want, but you have to do ground-up construction, not buy pre-existing homes and then resell them at a premium to single-family purchasers, right? The greed of the wealthy is put money into it, sell it at twice the amount, and turn a profit. At least walk away with 20, 25%, 10 to 15% at the low end, where all of my investors get reimbursed with interest, and then I get my cut, and I didn't have to put up a dollar. And broke folks, instead of putting their money where it's supposed to be, broke folks takes their money and they waste it on entertainment, they waste it on showing out, they waste it on the one night to remember. And then every day after that one night to remember is misery. But they'll never forget the one time that life didn't suck for like 4 hours when they spent more money in that night than what they have collected the entire year. And that's why the war on poverty has stopped. Because as you increase minimum wage, which is working wage, to living wage, broke people spend more money, which causes inflation, which increase costs, where living wage is no longer supporting living wage, standard of living. It actually goes back down to working wage. So since it's a vicious cycle that every time we raise your wages, you will spend more money, and that money will cause inflation, which will cause your standard of living to be higher, which is lifestyle creep. Fuck it. If you don't know how to save your money and invest your money now, you're just never going to learn. Right? But there's still opportunities out there. Every bit that there are joint ventures where nonprofits can partner with capital, for-profit capital companies, and create with grants provisions, so it'll be cheaper for them to do residential properties, which would allow for a lot more low-income individuals to have a stable house to be in at an affordable price. But instead of any one of the big real estate development companies that exist taking advantage of those opportunity zones, instead, they will first go and buy up a bunch of land, renovate the properties, and sell it to the highest bidder. And then the people who buy it are going to be commercial landlords who are going to rent it out to the moderate tenants. And then they're going to raise the rent. That's what happened to the war on poverty. He said Russian submarines. Russian submarines are where are the Russian submarines, man? Because first of all, you said Russian submarine and China submarine, and that's a response to me telling you which American ship is outside of California, Louisiana, Florida, or New York, because that's what I asked you, and then you responded with Russian submarine and China submarine. And there's no American ship outside of California, Louisiana, Florida, or or New York. If we got some at the port that haven't been deployed yet, we got none on standby in the waters waiting to defend. No, we got some in repair, being refueled, getting ready to be sent to Iran. We got some coming back from Iran, getting repaired, getting ready to be refueled. But no, there's no situation. And you're going to say, well, there's a Russian ship. What Russian ship is off the coast of America? What Chinese ship is off the coast of America? So you said there's a Russian submarine and a Chinese submarine. If there's Russian submarine and a Chinese submarine in American waters, there should be an American sub in American waters next to that submarine. And tell me which one it is. You can't find it. He said poverty, bring in the military. No, actually, natural disaster, you bring in the military. That's what you bring in the military for. He says, I think I need to print up flyers for promotion this podcast and put them up all over the city. This is how to fight poverty. You know something? There's a link at the top of the screen over here on the 16 by 9, and I think it might be on the 9 by 16. I already rolled out a blueprint of how we could probably spend about $42 million a year or so. Basically, he said last time I was serious. You damn right. I'm trying to show him. I had already rolled out when we talked about poverty that all it takes is a dedicated group of individuals. And we had this discussion around the time when we were talking about the NCCA that was helping low-income individuals buy their first homes, that you can actually put together a business model where you have a system set up to eliminate poverty altogether. And it would probably cost about $10 in American per month, which is not a lot of money in comparison to your YouTube subscription, your Spotify subscription, your Netflix subscription, your gym membership. But if 380 something million Americans donated $10 a month, you would be making enough money. You would be making enough money for a nonprofit to be able to buy and develop low-income housing, take in homeless individuals, reincorporate those individuals that want to be reincorporated back into society, and then have those people recontribute back to the system that they succeeded from, which increases the ability to continue enhancing that particular model. And that's when we started talking about the NCCA, because they were doing the same thing, where they take you in, they help you fix your credit, fix your status, and then have you sign up and buy the house. And in return, you have to do so many hours of community service representing their company with helping other people get into the program the same way, which increases their manpower. Anybody that's benefiting from the nonprofit helps the nonprofit benefit other people from the nonprofit, which would in fact not only eliminate homelessness, it would also within 5 years be able to create a system that would provide a safety net for low-income families who lose their jobs, temporary unemployment for whatever reason, injury, illness, whatever the case may be, and be able to have guaranteed long-term standards of living, which would any person who is homeless, begging for money and getting government resources because they don't have a job would benefit from being given a job and reincorporated back into society, where they start paying taxes by buying their own stuff instead of stealing it or begging for it, and reincorporate themselves back into society and start filing taxes and everything to that effect. You would increase the GDP, because 3 to 5% of every state is homeless people. I've already gone through the business model. It's just that most people don't want to do anything for somebody that's less fortunate unless they're getting praised for it. And we talk about that heavily. But I I've already covered the business model, bro. So yeah, if you put flyers all over the place and you're like, hey man, we need to go to this podcast because this guy knows how to fight poverty. I know what to do. But if I don't have what is it, like 38, $40 million a month, which is upward of almost $48 billion a year to put away, which would be like taxpayers getting a 5% tax increase if they were actually paying taxes on this. But there's grants that are being given out for this. There are programs out there to rehabilitate, especially veterans, to rehabilitate housing, to get those veterans into stable locations where they no longer have to live on the streets, and it would be cheaper to house them and rehabilitate them than it would be to displace them, because you're spending like $15 million a week to move them around, when that $15 million a week could be to permanently place them where you don't have to move them anymore, right? I covered that whole spread when we were talking about Memphis being taken over by the National Guard, the whole business model. Michael says you have the Coast Guard. Yeah, but the Coast Guard doesn't protect us from being invaded. Steve, if that works, count me in. It would work, but it just requires a lot more effort. Who's going to pay for that? That's the thing. One of the reasons why we gave up on the war on poverty is because the average individual would prefer to pay for lifestyle creep than to pay for the next person. Most churches only pay the congregation's executive board, the pastor, the deacons, and other such. You have very few churches that takes care of the community that the church exists in. A lot of people walk and catch rides to the church. The church, expensive ass church, building funds, use certain churches, $3, $5, $7 million for the church. Yeah, property taxes on some of these churches. Some of them don't have property taxes, but you got a lot of expenses with repairs on these churches, and they save money from the congregation to pay for the church, the pastor's Bentley, the deacon's Supra, and oh, I got blessed by the Lord with the Range Rover. No, the fuck you didn't. Enough people gave you 10% of their income, you would have bought a Range Rover with that shit. But people give 10% to the church. Back in the Bible days, they were supposed to give 10% to the church because the church didn't have an income, and the church was supposed to be performing a sacrifice so that you could put your sins into the sheep, and then they slaughter the sheep, and then after you slaughter the sheep, they clean it up, and then they sell the meat to the meat market, which is why you're not supposed to ask where the meat came from. But the fact is that all they did was raise cattle, set it up, you slaughter the cattle, they clean it up, they gut up the cattle, and then they bring it down to the meat market. And until you guys did that ritual again, they had no other source of income. That's when the 10% was being given to the church. Now it's just, I want to get paid to not have to do anything but make you feel good on Sunday. And they will 10%. And some churches are putting in a lot of extra work because you've got Sunday service, Monday service, Bible study on Tuesday. You got choir practice on Wednesday. You got something happening on Thursday, something else happening on Friday. Church fucking 7 days a week sometimes, right? But for some reason, with all the shit that's happening with the church, you can't find communities that got good churches where the church is paying for the community. But the people who want to see the country be better is supposed to put money in the right places where the country can do better. But for those people who don't want to give an extra dollar to somebody else to get better than them, crabs in a bucket mentality, nobody's going to pay extra money into a pot where I live in a shitty house, you're going to put them in a better house than me. No, nobody wants to do that. But a homeless person can be a roommate in a 4-bedroom house. Yeah, the house be a nice house, but those people won't be homeless anymore. You got a family of 6 in a 3-bedroom, like fuck that, give me that house. Selfishness. And that's the reason why we're in a situation where we can't do anything about poverty. Now, special shout out to Trader. He's in here. He said you can eliminate homelessness, but not poverty. What do you mean? What do you mean? Because technically, poverty is the inability to pay for yourself, in my observation. Eliminating homelessness can be doable. We all agree that. And eliminating poverty by making different financial decisions where you can afford to live off of the money that you have access to, where you're not struggling or suffering anymore. Another thing is that if we didn't have lifestyle creep. We didn't have inflation because we would have a cap on what people are willing to pay for, which means that big business can't raise the price on products because nobody's going to buy it once it reaches a certain price point. That refusal to pay on a universal scale would force prices to go down because they would have a surplus of demand. Well, they would have a surplus of supply and no demand because it costs too much. Then they would put it on clearance and reduce the price of certain shit. And then you'll buy it once they bring it down to a reasonable price. So shit that we used to pay $10 for that we're willing to pay $30 for, the reason why it's $30 because we're willing to pay for it. Once it got to 15, if people stopped buying it because it was too fucking expensive, it would have never made it to 25. But because they're willing to pay extra because it's hard to come by at 15, they were willing to pay 20 because it was hard to come by. Then 20 became the regular price. They were willing to pay extra because it was hard to come by. They started paying 25. Then they raised the price to 25, made it standard. Then they were willing to pay extra just to get it. And now they're paying 30. And that's the same thing that happens with the shoes. The Swatch deal that's going on right now. There's a collaborator that's supposed to be like an artist and a watch company that came together to make a fucking watch. And they only put up 200 watches at a time. 5,000 people come to the store. Only the first 200 people can get the watch. So the high demand keeps the price high. People are willing to pay whatever it costs to get it, which means you can jack up the price. Watch ain't worth that. But your willingness to pay that much for it is the reason why things cost so much. So yeah, you can put a stop to poverty, but it requires the mentality of people to stop wasting money on shit that they don't need. He says FBI and DEA busted megachurch related 900 donations laundering scam. See what I'm trying to told you? See what I'm trying to told you? These churches ain't doing too much of nothing for a lot of people. It's homelessness and poverty has been around since society. You are correct. You are correct. No society has had an actionable solution that they were willing to execute to prevent or eliminate poverty and homelessness. Every country has poverty and homelessness to some degree. They have low-income individuals, and then they have destitute individuals. Every country has it. Our poverty line starts at $30,000. Other countries' poverty line might start at $5,000 or $10,000. Our taxable income level starts at like $14,000. It used to be like $12,000, but through inflation, it's like $14,000. But other countries, their poverty line might start at $14,000, right? So the fact is that because we spend so much money, and that's the reason why that nobody wants to come here and kick off shit. We spend so much money. 900 million. I was sitting over here thinking, yeah, $900 million donation. Yeah, okay. Rolex and Swatch watch combined. Rolex, Swatch, and I think there was like either a painter or a music person or somebody like that. It was a collaboration that made a bullshit ass watch. And it's just a watch. He said, I throw God 10% of my wages, but he keeps dropping it, so I fired him. But see, the thing is that we're not giving it to God, we're not giving it to Jesus, because neither one of them are here saying thank you. We're giving it to the pastor, we're giving it to the deacon, we're putting it into the collection plate. And if you go to the office after the service, you'll watch 5 or 10 people counting it up and dividing it up. But truth be told, if you think about real scripture and your ability to give what you have excess of, that when you see somebody that has not, you have two of, you're supposed to give yours to that person. So true to life, your 10% to Jesus would be, if you've got enough for 2 bus passes, you're on a bus and somebody doesn't have enough money for a bus pass, you buy a bus pass. That ain't got shit to do with the church. You at the grocery store, you got enough money to buy more groceries than what you got in your cart. You got somebody at the register can't afford to pay for what's in their cart. You pay for what's in their cart. That ain't got shit to do with the church. You at the gas station, you got enough money to put more gas in the vehicle than what you actually put in the vehicle, and somebody over there struggling to pay the pump. You pay their pump. That's your 10%. That ain't got nothing to do with the church neither. You start donating 10% to the public schools so that the public schools can provide education, better education to everybody's child, and y'all can have the free lunch because you're paying for it, right? That ain't got nothing to do with the church neither, but your kids will be smart. But see, folks don't give because they can. They give for prestige. Oh, I donate to church all the time, but what does the church do for the people? We complain about paying taxes because what does taxes do for the people? Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, disability, veterans benefits, teachers, public defenders, police officers, community college. That's what the fucking taxation does for us. But what does the church do for people? Right? Think about it now. It says, how about the politicians don't get paid unless homelessness goes down every year? Shit. Not one politician. You know, right now, we actually argued about this for both government shutdowns. Congress gets paid separate from all other government agencies. So if they don't agree to the budget, they can argue the budget for 6 months. But the budget that they're arguing is the paycheck of people that are required to work for free until the people who are getting paid to discuss this decide on how much they're going to pay everybody else. Their paychecks should be tied to the same budget so that they come to an agreement before their fucking paycheck stops, instead of allowing other people to suffer while they can't get along. But if we did that, there would be accountability in Congress. He said, that's what I do. Makes me feel good. And now where my money went. Exactly. You be sitting over there like, shit, I'm like, I done 10% to the church. I done $50. I done $150. I done $250. But you could have made yourself feel so much better. You could have found a homeless dude and paid for his freaking hotel, and you would have did way more for him than what you did for the church. Because if you think about $350 that you done gave to your church, and you think about 3 nights in a hotel where this guy can take a shower and have a clean bed to sleep in for a few nights, you would have did more for the homeless guy on the side of the road than what you did giving money to the church. Because you got some pastors in some churches that swear that the man must turn his life over to God before the church will help him. But Jesus was helping folks because they were in need, not because they dedicated themselves to Jesus. So when you call yourself a Christian or a Catholic or whatever, you're supposed to be walking in the path of Jesus Christ. You're supposed to help people that need help because you see that they need help, not because they signed up to your regime. But that's what these churches are doing. Oh, you got to sign up. You got to join. You got to become an official member. You got to claim that you're part of our congregation before we give you a handout, which makes no fucking sense. But again, Americans are wasteful. We're willing to throw billions of dollars at the church. The church is a multi-billion-dollar non-taxable entity because they put on a show multiple times a week. And I call it a show because a service is supposed to be about enlightening people which is what I do every night of the week, is enlighten people, provide you with knowledge and resources to make yourself better, right? But most churches that you go to are highly judgmental. They condemn you for being different. They condemn you for not being established, because homeless people are not welcome into most churches because they smell bad and their clothes are dirty. But not one church has a full wardrobe. Come here, take a shower, put this on before service starts. So now you got a clean outfit when you come here, and you'll have a clean outfit when you leave because you can keep this one. Not very many churches will do that, right? You know, thou shalt not judge, but all of them judge. He who has not committed sin, please cast the first stone. But everybody's throwing rocks in a glass church, right? So when we got this, if you've got this type of behavior and everybody's throwing money at it, and a lot of people like Solomon are profiting off of this. I see you, Gina. Special shout out to Gina. A lot of this is one of the reasons why you would do better if you didn't put your money in the church, because what giving to the church for your afterlife got to do with you giving to yourself for your retirement, versus if you're going to give it away, give it to somebody who you can see the results of your efforts. Let your neighbor tell you that they can't afford to pay their light bill, and you give them some money for their light bill because you can, instead of giving the light bill money to the church, and then they got to go and beg it from the church, and then the church got to make them do all kind of shit in order to get the money when you could have just gave it to them. He said they need meat in their storehouse, aka new cars. And the storehouse, you supposed to be able to come to the storehouse, rest and replenish. That's in the book now. And that means that when you come to the storehouse, whatever you need that's in the storehouse, you're supposed to be able to come get. So if I walked up to the church and the pastor got a Bentley, I should be able to drive back to my house with the fucking Bentley, and the pastor walk back to his house until he can get his hands on another Bentley. But if I walk to the church and the pastor pull up in a Bentley, the pastor put me on a church bus and send me back to the house. He won't even let me get in the fucking Bentley. A lot of sense if you read the Bible. Guess who would Xander play if we're making a movie about a mega church? Cat Williams. Actually, you can judge. No. Okay, so the thing about it is that we are not supposed to treat people differently because they are different. And that's the whole concept of thou shalt not judge. And the fact is that more often than not, we mistreat people because they're different, and we judge them negatively because they're different. We're not talking about condemning other individuals for doing something wrong. We're talking about condemning other people because we don't agree with who they are and how they operate, and we're not supposed to do that. And no church will remind you that you're not supposed to do that. But for those people who don't behave appropriately in their personal lives, to condemn you in public for your behavior because they don't like your behavior, you are not supposed to judge. He who, because when we start talking about that scripture about I think it was the woman that got stoned in public. And if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael got a good sense of historical information. Wasn't it a woman that had something to do with infidelity with her husband or something to that effect, if I remember the story correctly? But it was about somebody that would be either it was a woman infidelity or somebody stealing or something to that effect. But it was a situation where the city was about to stone this woman to death for the actions that she performed. And that's when the man was like, wait, anybody who hadn't done anything wrong, cast the first stone. And nobody could throw a rock because everybody had done something that they wasn't supposed to do. It's just nobody knew about it and nobody was doing anything about it. You're not supposed to treat people differently just because you don't like the way they operate. You don't have to affiliate with them, but at the same time, you're not supposed to, treat them differently or exclude them from what you got going on simply because they're different. But the majority of people who claim to be diehard religious actually are some of the most biased and racist people that you can experience. Socially, social classisms, socially divided individuals. Michael says at Christmas, I go to Make-A-Bear and have bears made. One little girl ran in and her dad was chasing her. He told her we have no money. Oh, look at that. They left and I had one made for her, and I found them and asked if she could have the bear, and her face, tears and eyes felt good. I went to the food court, and when I got back to my table, there was a gift card with a thank you note. Almost cried. That exactly right there, that story right there that Michael told me, that you wouldn't have got that from church. That is blessing. You had enough. And this is the thing, what people don't pay attention to. You're pre-blessed, and that's what people don't pay attention to, because a lot of people give because they believe, and this is what's taught in church, that they believe that they will get back tenfold. It is the Bible describes gratitude. Gratitude is expressed as the ability to give back 10 times more than what you received because of how much I appreciate what you did for me. But actually, I'm supposed to give to you because I can, not because I want something in return. No strings attached, with a smile on my face. So in order for me to pass my blessings on to you, I had to have already been blessed to have an abundance so that I can share my blessings with you, which means that I'm not going to be blessed in return because I already got it. That's why I was able to give it to you. Which also means when you give back to me, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, you're appreciating the fact that I share my blessing with you. So you're going to share your blessing with me, but I'm not getting tenfold because I gave. But a lot of people will give, and they'll tell each other, oh yeah, oh, you're doing so much good for so many people. You're going to get your blessing soon. No, bro, I already got mine because I was able to do so much for so many people. Zealous, exactly. Exactly. But we strayed way away from the main topic. This and that, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. This is one of those days where Jesus Love You could have came up here and started talking on the show. We slid right into that guy's topic. But it really snowballed down from the fact that when we start talking about military forces being the requirement as to why we're not being invaded, that's why we went down that rabbit hole. It just doesn't doesn't validate. We're not being attacked because people make too much money off of us. A pimp don't slap his hoe because his hoe is paying him a bunch of money. A pimp slaps his hoe when a hoe stops paying. As long as America is holding itself out to everybody else, ain't nobody gonna slap America. But America ain't got no problem with slapping everybody else, talking about some where's mine. And that's what I was trying to debate with Michael a while back, is that what's happening is that America's the pimp and the other countries is the hoes. And America's slapping other countries, talking about give me my cut. That's what's going on right now. Ain't nobody coming over here slapping the pimp. Not because they're afraid of him, but because they get paid off the pimp too. They get broke off. Is I don't give for a return. It makes me feel good, but that's the reason why we do it. Self gratification. A little bit of selfishness, because a lot of us sometimes will see ourselves in a situation where somebody else is suffering the way we once suffered, and we selfishly want to not allow somebody else to suffer the way we've once suffered, and we will give to them so that we don't see them experience what we experienced. But it is still not being done for external praise. So even if it's done from that particular selfish dynamic, it is still done with a smile on your face with no strings attached, where you're not expecting somebody to watch you give to somebody else. You're not expecting somebody to provide something to you in compensation for what you gave. You're expecting the person to accept it because they need it, and that's probably the most expectation you have. And you would hope that they would appreciate it, but if they didn't, you did what you were supposed to do in this scenario, and they're good with it. But that's one of the reasons why when me and Michael was having that discussion about fixing homelessness and poverty, and he was asking me questions about like why didn't I believe that the homeless people wouldn't turn those properties into crack dens? Well, if I'm doing it to make their lives better, I'm not trying to consider what about them destroying the property and not taking advantage of the opportunity, because a lot of people will take advantage of the opportunity in a negative fashion. But the fact is, the goal is to find more people that will do better with their life and put them back on their feet, so that the people who don't want to do better with their lives can be relocated to a location where everybody's fucking up deliberately. Right? Trader says, does a church leader really need several private jets? Do you remember when that guy, Reverend Pastor Sapp guy, who held the church hostage for, I think, 12 plus hours to raise $45,000 from the room? He wouldn't let nobody leave until they gave their money. If the Lord supposed to be the all-powerful thing that is supposed to be compelling you to do things, because the work of the Lord is done through the acts of man, which means in order for a man or a woman to give up the money in their pocket to the man that's sitting over there talking to them, they would have to have a feeling somewhere in their neural sensors that compels them to reach into their pocket and hand them money, the way they reach into their pocket and pull out Fortnite money, the way they reach into their pocket and pull out pre-order costs for GTA 6, the way they pulled out an extra 25 grand to buy the Cybertruck with the Foundation series on it. You have to put something in them to make them pull money out to give it to this man for the sake of the church, right? Now, those people didn't want to give him a fucking dollar, and he kept them until they gave. To answer your question, the pastor could have flown coach. He could have flown coach with his congregation He could have bought up the entire airplane where the airplane only had his church on the plane. He could have flew first class on that plane. He did not have to have 3 private jets, but if he had 3 private jets, it should have been because all 3 private jets were going to fly his entire congregation out. He shouldn't have had it for himself. He shouldn't have had it for himself. I agree with you, economy. It's an economic situation. Self-gratifying, absolutely. Take my tenants, please. And these people are working. Pastor Tracy. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. That one pastor said he can't fly with the demons. Yes, he needs a private jet. Where's the checkbook at? But you know what the funny part is, and this is one of the reasons why I have so much disdain for the way people behave when they start claiming that they practice religions. You know who he was calling the demons, right? The everybody else on the damn plane. The crying children that won't shut up for the whole 2-hour flight. The snoring person, the heavy set person that's using you as an armrest because they're too big to fit in the seat. The stewardess that keep waking you up, asking you if you need something when you said you didn't want nothing when you first got on the flight. The airport people that got your ticket wrong and not sending you to the wrong terminal. The long ass lines, the arguing back and forth with people that's trying to cut the line, the delays, the extra searching you because you came dressed in a way that your outfit has too much metal, and now they got to strip search you in the name of safety, right? The demons he called demons. That's the people in the airport. Now, the problem is, again, before we get back to the main topic, because we halfway through the main topic, the problem is, you don't love this part. You don't love this part. This is hypocrisy. Because just like when they went into Sodom and Gomorrah and quite of other places, when Job, not Job, Judah, not Judah. Help me out, Michael. The guy that was in the belly of the whale. I forgot him. But you're sent into the den of sin to save souls. So, pastor, a man of God, a man that's supposed to be saving souls, is supposed to walk through that airport, blessing folks with salvation by removing and exorcising the demons from the hearts and souls of the bitter people in the airport that's pissed off and pissing on people. So for him to avoid that, he would be avoiding his responsibility under his role as a religious figure that is supposed to be saving the souls and the lives of his congregation. And then he would be abandoning his post, because if he's traveling in a private jet and his congregation is flying coach with the demons, and he is supposed to be the leader of his flock, and he left his flock to the wolves, again, I'm going to tell y'all, shit, you could have gave the money to me and I'd have did more with it for more people. He said he bought that jet as a tax deduction. He ain't even supposed to be paying taxes. And he could get his other churches faster. But you know how funny that is, Michael? Because he ain't even supposed to be I don't think it was Noah, because Noah had built the ark. There was the other guy, I think it was Jonah, that was in the belly of the whale, because I think it was him and his dad or somebody like that. He refused to go to Sodom and Gomorrah, and then he was on his boat, and then the boat got eaten by a whale, and he was in the whale for a while. Then when he agreed, he went over there, and that's when he had that conversation where he was like, oh, well, if there's 10 people there, would you save the city? Would there be 5 people there if you save the city? If there's 1 person there, would you save the city? He was like, yeah, if you find 1 person there, I'll save the city. He was lying. Remember, y'all said, oh, but you can't lie. No, he lied, because he said if there was 1 person in the city, and you could, then it would say he would spare the city, right? He found 1 family where mom probably not so much, but dad and 2 daughters. That was 3 people, right? And instead of saving the city, what they did was they said, look, take these 4 people out, because we're still going to destroy the city, even though you found at least 3 people here. And if anybody looks back, they're going to get turned to salt. Now, here's the wild part. So he lied, because he said he was going to spare the city. If he found one honest person in the whole city, he'll spare the city. Instead, he destroyed the city and just took the honest people out of the city. And then that guy got both of his daughters pregnant, and those daughters had sons, and those sons became kings, which is direct incest. I just want to throw that out there. But back to, he said his churches had become mega churches. Yes, they did. His churches did become mega churches, but he wasn't supposed to be paying taxes. I don't think it was a tax deduction. I think that he was just using extra what do we call that? Not constituents. I want to say Congress. he was using his people's money on a larger scale, because once the internet came out, he was getting money from everywhere, and he was able to buy more shit because he had more money. Because you don't have to file a 990 or a 990N if you are a nonprofit entity and you are practicing religion at the same time. If you're a 501c3 publicly funded entity, you have to report your earnings. But if you are a religious factor, you don't have to report. You don't have to report anything. So a nonprofit says what money they got and where they got it from and what they did with it. But a church doesn't have to do any of that. A church doesn't even have to get audited. So they don't follow the church's money once they start doing church stuff. Is it, didn't somebody say there is a sucker born every day? Yeah, there's a sucker born every minute. Yeah, Jonah. The best is taking a tax deduction on an income that is not taxed. You know, that's some bullshit. If he getting a tax deduction on the income that is not taxed, so he got a refund on on a non-tax income. That's fraud. I'm supposed to be covering at some point over the next couple months about the need versus the expectation of actually paying taxes. Became pillars of salt. Yes, sir. That's right. Born every second. The people that are, and that's capitalism, right? The suckers that are born every second. That's capitalism, right? Because you take advantage of the weak, the elderly, and the lazy, and a lot of the times the stupid. Well, the elderly is sometimes the weak, but you've got the young folks that are weak, that they can't do it for themselves, and you charge them a premium to get it done. The old people that can't do it for themselves, you charge them a premium to get it done. The stupid people that don't know no better, you charge them extra money to get it done. And then the prideful, entitled people who don't want to do it because they feel like they're too good for that, you charge them a premium to get it done. That's 4 areas of capitalism. He said, human greed. Trader, human greed is capitalism. Capitalism should be identified as one of the 7 deadly sins. Think about it. You capitalize on somebody else's misery. You find the parts in somebody else's life that fucking sucks, and you charge them a premium to fix it. That's capitalism. That's greed. Oh, you don't want to walk? I got this $40,000 car for you. That's greed. I gave you the car for free because I had 12 of them on my lot, but I'm going to sell it to you when I bought it for $10,000. That's greed, but that's also capitalism. They're not different. Greed and capitalism are not different. Greed pays a lot of money. Didn't y'all see all them stocks going across the top of the screen? That's capitalism up there. That's greed up there. But the difference between a person that's surviving versus a person that is considered socially greedy is a billionaire has enough money to take care of probably a few million people with the capital that they have. But a broke person that is trying to build themselves up so that they no longer have to struggle anymore wouldn't be perceived as greedy. But the method to no longer be broke is the same method to get richer. It is still a greed tactic. It's just being used as a sense of survival instead of being used in a sense of hoarding. But it's still the same method. Well, one of the 7 deadly sins. Now, cycling back to the main topic. We went down a long rabbit hole. Cycling back to the main topic. While the War Powers Resolution is used concurrent using a concurrent resolution, which is both houses, and not a one house veto, the legal principle was going to be the same, that the resolution was designed to have a force of law, but deliberately bypass the president clause to avoid the presidential veto. And after that, Supreme Court uh, had a rigid interpretation in Chada's deportation case. This was now considered unconstitutional to do. Trader says, remember that movie about Wall Street? The main character said greed is good. Yes, sir. Greed is good. Remember in the 18 where your boy said, I like the way a plan comes together. Well, true, you're not supposed to enter in any nonprofit. Michael, you're correct. In any nonprofit, be it a church, a figure, or any other nonprofit entity, you are not supposed to benefit from the nonprofit's efforts directly. You can receive a paycheck for it if you're doing a certain quantity of work for the thing, typically 40 hours or more. You can get a paycheck for doing stuff for other people, but you're not supposed to benefit from the abundance of contributions to society. So when that pastor had bought $10,000 of Louis Vuitton clothes for himself, if he would have bought maybe $100,000 worth of Louis Vuitton clothes and gave it out to the people who didn't have clothes and kept $10,000 worth of outfits for himself, nobody would have said nothing. But because he was the only person that benefited from the $10,000 worth of Louis Vuitton clothes, which depending on how much each outfit cost, he bought like 30 or 40 different outfits because he thought I could buy my church outfits and use that as a write-off. Nah, you can't. Yeah, the Great Gatsby. The Wolf on Wall Street. Y'all know what y'all talking about. Now, once they had put a stop to bypassing the president as an unconstitutional scenario, Congress had that silver bullet, and that silver bullet was taken away from them. The core enforcement mechanism of the War Powers Resolution was legally invalid. Overnight, the law, so many years ago, was transformed. So it still had the uh, uh, consolation rules and its 60-day clock, but its teeth had been pulled. Like Michael said or Steven said a long time ago, that they don't have any teeth in the game anymore. After Chada, if Congress wanted to legally force the president to end the military conflict, it would use simply veto-proof concurrent resolutions. It had to use the joint resolution. So they couldn't just do the veto-proof concurrent resolution. They had to use a joint resolution. So this might sound like a small technical change, but the difference between concurrent and joint is everything. A joint resolution, unlike a concurrent one, is presented to the president, which means that it can be vetoed, right? And with that, the dynamic of the War Powers Resolution was flipped on its head. So a concurrent resolution means that if the House and Senate agrees, we don't need the president's opinion. But a joint resolution means that Congress and the president must agree, and if they don't, we got to start the shit over. A law designed to give Congress a check on the president now required the signature of the very person it was supposed to constrain, or a political miracle, whichever one came first. The Chada decision created a new harsh reality for Congress. The veto-proof path was gone, and the only way left to legally stop war was the long road of a joint resolution, a road that leads straight into the president's most powerful legislative weapon, which is the veto. So understanding all of this is going to be key to why votes like the one that happened for Iran in 2026 are political theater. So here's the new post-Chada process for stopping the war. First, a joint resolution is passed by the House and the Senate. This is what happened in recent years with conflicts in both Yemen and Iran. Under the old system, this would have been the end of the war. But now it is where the real fight begins. The bill goes to the president's desk. And what does the president do when he handed a bill declaring that his own military actions is unauthorized? He vetoes it every single time. No modern president, Democrat or Republican, has ever accepted that the war powers resolution is binding. The president has made his intentions clear with his administration, arguing the Iran votes are misguided and based on a misunderstanding of the law. So he will do exactly what everyone knows that he will do. He will veto it. With the president's veto, the resolution is dead. Unless Congress can pull off something extraordinarily rare in Americans' politics, override the veto, you're not going to see a scenario. To override the veto, you need 2/3 majority in both the House and the Senate. And that means 67 senators and about 290 representatives have to agree. What's that? 357 people have to agree to defy the president. Now, this is the impossible high bar. The Chadha decision didn't create this rule, but it forces Congress back into the process where this rule applies, a process that had always been part of the Constitution, but which the War Powers Resolution was designed to circumvent, to stop a war. Congress now needs a veto-proof supermajority vote. How often does that happen? Well, since 1787, the presidents have vetoed over 2,500 bills. Congress has successfully overridden just over 100 of them. That is a success rate of about 4% of all of the bills that the presidents have said no to over the history of America. Only 4% of them have been overruled. On issues of national security, it's virtually zero. No attempt by Congress to force troop withdrawal under the War Powers Resolution has ever been survived in a presidential veto. Never happened. He says, how about stopping the war by winning the war quickly and stop playing games and stop waiting for a deal that never comes? Well, the problem that you have with stopping the war by winning it quickly, the quickest win is to stop them from being able to attack. As long as they have the ability to launch weapons, whether it's troops in boats, whether it's troops in tanks and planes, or troops with drones or missile launchings, they can still provide an offensive somewhere. So first thing you got to do is what Donald Trump said. You got to destroy their source of power because they can't launch anything without electricity. You have to destroy their production of offense. So any manufacturing facilities that creates more weapons. Then you have to debate with them on, well, you got to find where they're launching the stuff from and blow up all the bases that are storing anything that's not being currently used. Probably blow up a couple hospitals and a few schools and a couple churches, and make sure that the people that are in the battle are more worried about their family and friends and less focused on their commanding officer, in order to destroy morale, all while not destroying the oil underground. Because if you really think about it, what would really stop the conflict the quickest is just dropping something the size of Hiroshima in Iran that would completely decimate Iran. It would literally stop the conflict in less than 12 hours. The problem is that there would be no one left. It would be considered inhumane, and it would damage the oil underneath the surface. So it is a lingering process right now where, in order for them to keep the infrastructure together, but just take the fingernails out of the attacker so that they can't attack anymore, declawing the government over there, forcing a surrender, it takes longer. Because every time they find out that missiles are being launched, they have to go over there and blow that up too. But, in order for them to really make it stop on a quicker fashion, they would have to really go over there and do some really like Hitler style stuff. They have to really do some like unorthodox stuff to really make the people say, I quit. is that you're right. Waiting for the deal there doesn't work. It's not gonna work. What's gonna happen? Because if you blow up all of their bridges, if you blow up the railways where the trains don't work anymore, and you cut them off from land service, you block the ocean from water service, and then the population has to start starving. You blow up all the power plants, and then they don't have electricity. So whatever foods that they have will spoil within 3 days. A person can live without food, but not without water for up to 30 days. So, about 20 days after all of their sources of electricity and all of their sources of food is gone, about 15 to 20 days after that, they'll probably give up, where you will have to help them rebuild at American taxpayers' expense, rebuild the infrastructure that you destroy in order to use their infrastructure to get their oil back, right? But it's not going to be a quick fix kind of situation. It's going to be a 90-day overhaul, and it's going to be like a 5-year rebuild plan, just like what they did with Afghanistan and Iraq. $13 million a week for this. You you sound ready to work for the Department of War. They might watch this podcast and call me and be like, "Hey, let's talk about strategy." Let's talk about strategy. I played enough war games in my life. And that's one of the reasons why Donald Trump is drafting people fresh out of high school and giving kids the military entrance exam in middle school, like the USA rebuilt Europe after World War II. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The fact is that when you start thinking about military tactics, you ask yourself, why is that not being done? Because that's like one of the quickest ways to put a stop to this. If you block off all areas for them to get resources and starve them out, you can literally have them quit within 30 days. Because from the day they have no power, they've got 3 days after that, and they have no food outside of canned goods. And then if you destroy their water filtration systems, they no longer have clean water. Now they've only got like 4 days left. Right? So if day one you took out their power, and in day one you also took out their sources of clean water, they would only have like 5 days left, 10 days left of figuring things out of the resources they already have. And then if you destroy their hospitals, they no longer have the ability to recover their injured, and now they're in a situation of extreme destitute within 15 days of that particular type of onslaught. And then if you destroy every entrance by land, they can't get anything from their neighbors because there's no way to get into the city. That what they have in the city is all they have. They will quit because they don't have anything left in the city. But the city would be so destroyed. The problem that you have there is, what kind of rebellion would come from that? That's the reason why they're not doing it. Because if you we all watch assassination movies. Watch uh uh the grudge match where somebody's family member got taken out unjustifiably, and this person dedicated their life to getting revenge, even at the expense of their own life, right? If America unnecessarily destroys enough infrastructure in Iran, it'll be worse than pissing off North Korea. And that's going to be another reason why the way they're doing it is strategically hitting certain locations that they can publicly justify hitting. Because while people are still going to be mad about it, and people are still going to wave their finger in shame at the United States for doing it, the fact is that if they can claim it as a retaliatory factor, a self-defense to a fight that I started, they're still claiming self-defense. But when they go on a true offense, they ain't got no excuse for their behavior pattern. But at the end of the day, revenge is going to be the goal of the people that were negatively impacted by that. But that type of infrastructure, yeah, I do sound like I'm ready for the Department of War. But if I would have made those types of calls in February, we would not have had negotiations. We would have had resolution. But we also would have had a rebellion pending, because how many people are in the population of Iran? There's enough people where if the majority of the population and neighboring proxy soldiers were to all band together and say, man, we're going to go over there and start some shit. that they could ski boat on over there to New York or California or some shit like that and just start fucking some shit up. And you see what we did with 9/11. So I mean, if we had a 9/11 a situation that started off the coast of California's shores, you you see like 38 or 40 freaking inflated boats come hitting shore with everybody in dark camouflage, everything, and just start waylaying everything on the. Understandably, it's never happened before, but if you tip the hand of the right people, we don't have, Michael hasn't found it, we don't have any ships off the coast of California that says, oh, I'm not going to let that happen. We don't have any ships off the coast of New York that's going to say, I'm not going to let that happen. We don't have any ships off the coast of Louisiana that's going to say, I'm not going to let that happen. We've got ships in the Atlantic. We've got ships in the Pacific. They're not off the coast to say, well, if somebody was to make a phone call and say, hey, we've got an excursion in Los Angeles, that they will be there in 10 minutes. No, no, they're like 2 weeks away by boat. The local police and the National Guard that's moving the homeless people around. Those are the people that are able to show up on a drop of a hat and be there within 4 hours. Massacre will happen, but be able to, and that's the reason why the Constitution has a Second Amendment, because every citizen that has a gun, if something like that was to happen, can use that gun to defend their neighborhood from external forces. That's what we're supposed to be having the gun for, not tacking our ops at a traffic light, not ordering a burrito in Chipotle, not making a large withdrawal from a fucking bank, to protect our country from that particular type of scenario where the military isn't here and we're under siege. That's what the Second Amendment is supposed to be for. He said the people there will overthrow that government. And that's the reason why Spain didn't want to be involved, because they had an uprising after the Afghanistan situation happened, and they don't want to have that uprising again. So they said, we're not going to be involved because we don't want our people to kick us out of office. But that's one of the reasons why we had so many different individuals that came in with all of the other different negative positions, because they're like, oh, well, I don't like what's going on, and I don't like what's going on. So many people say that they hate Trump, but more than 70% of America voted for him, right? So out of the 30% that didn't, if Trump was to run again, would he get in there again? I think he would. Some people say that he could. Some people say that he won't. But truth of the matter is that less than 50% of the people who voted him in actually benefits from the things that he's doing, but they voted for him anyway. I believe that they're going to vote for him again because a lot of people are going to want to be diehard Republicans, and they're going to vote for him just because they're Republicans. Some are going to vote for him because he's a man. But one of the things I also believe is we got 2 years left, is that if we were under military conflict at the time of election, he'll get grandfathered in. He says, after it, USA gets a new trading partner. That's always what happens after every conflict that we have with another country, and we spend billions of dollars blowing them up and then billions of dollars rebuilding them. We end up with another trading partner. We end up with another individual that is willing to give us money or give us stuff for less money. So we paid a bunch of money to blow them up. We paid them a bunch of money to rebuild them. And now we're going to pay them what they asked for their products to be sold in our country. We do more importing than we do exporting. Isn't that something? It's crazy. The 2026 Iran resolution is going to be no different from the previous ones. The recent Senate vote was 50 to 47. 17 votes short of the 67 needed for an override. The House vote was even further off. Everyone involved knew the numbers. they knew they didn't have a prayer of overriding the veto. This is going to be the political theater. Members of Congress voted for a resolution they know is going to be doomed from the start. It lets them go on record and tell constituents that they did something, right? But it has no real legal effect. It's a free throw for many congressmen. They get to look like they're standing up to the president without ever having to face the consequences of actually winning the fight. The real power isn't in the vote, it's in the veto pin waiting to nullify the whole effort, right? The structural weakness of the War Powers Resolution is only part of the story, because even if the law were stronger, presidents have spent 50 years developing a playbook for ignoring or reinterpreting the exact same law. Since 1973, nearly every president, Republican and Democrat, has treated the law not as a binding constraint, but as a political headache to be managed. They constantly argue the resolution is an unconstitutional infringement on their Article 2 powers as commander in chief over a military operation. They often notify Congress of deployments consistent with the resolution, but they steadfastly refuse to concede they are acting pursuant to it, right? Meaning that they don't accept the law actually governs them. And this has led to the history of creative legal arguments, because in the 1980s, the Reagan administration argued military advisors in El Salvador weren't in imminent hostilities. So the clock didn't start. We were in peace talks for almost a month before conflict actually happened. So the clock didn't start. In 1999, President Clinton's 78 days bombing campaign in Kosovo went well past the 60-day deadline. His administration argued that since there was no risk to U.S. pilots in a high altitude air campaign, it didn't count as hostilities. President Obama administration used a similar argument in 2011 during the intervention in Libya, claiming that a months-long campaign of missile strikes wasn't hostilities because the United States ground troops weren't involved in sustained combat. To many, the idea that firing hundreds of missiles into another country isn't a hostility seems absurd, but legally, there was no way to force the issue. The Trump administration has made similar arguments, contending that a ceasefire in 2026, as I just mentioned, in Iran conflicts, paused, or terminated the 60-day clock. So whatever conflict they had between February and potentially March or April, when the ceasefire first started, stops the clock. Then after September 11, 2001, the entire landscape changes because Congress passes a broad authorization for use of military forces. The AUMA or AUMF, from this 2001 AUMF granted the president authority to use all necessary and appropriate forces against those he determined were connected to the 9/11 attacks. And I covered the fact that for the longest period of time that there might have been some actions that could be misperceived or accurately perceived as attacks on the country from other countries. So a second AUMF followed by in 2002 for Iraq. These two resolutions have since been used by 4 presidents to justify military operations in at least 22 countries, often against groups that didn't even exist in 2001. So they have been the legal foundations for a forever war, representing a massive open-ended delegation of war-making powers that allows presidents to bypass the War Powers Resolution clock for a vast range of military actions. While there have been bipartisan efforts in Congress to repeal these AUMFs in recent years, the broader 2021 authorization remains in place. And this history shows a clear pattern. When faced with war power resolutions, presidents have chosen to challenge, reinterpret, or ignore it, daring Congress to muster a veto-proof majority they know is almost impossible to achieve. So we come back to where we started. A vote in the House, a vote in the Senate, and headlines proclaiming the Congress was taken back to power, right? But it was all a mirage. The 2026 votes on Iran was not a bold act of constitutional defiance. It was a piece of political theater made possible by a 50-year decade in congressional power. They have lost a lot of authority. The story is a chain of failures, not a newly found resolve of authority. It began with the War Powers Resolution, a law born from the trauma of Vietnam, and its authors thought they had forged an unbreakable veto-proof lock. But a decade later, the Supreme Court, in a case about a stateless man named Jagdish Chadha, picked that lock and threw it away. The Chadha decision didn't directly strike down the War Powers Resolution, but by invalidating the principle of the legislative veto, it rendered Congress's enforcement tools useless. It forced Congress back into the standard, grueling process of passing a law, a process that accumulates in the president's veto pen, and then restarting the process. And this isn't a simple loophole. It's a structural trap born from the Constitution's own rules for making the laws. The requirement of the two-thirds supreme supermajority to override a veto transforms the War Powers Resolution from a shield for Congress into a sword for the president. One of the things that Donald Trump did when he first got into office was remove the largest majority of people in Congress and replace them with supporters. So if you need 60%, you're not going to get that. Right? It's going to create a system where Congress can posture all they want, but can't act without the president's permission or a level of bipartisan unity that is practically unheard of and now so more difficult than what it used to be. The real power to decide on war and peace is no longer residing in a clear constitutional process. It lies in a gray zone of legal interpretations, old authorizations, and the president's power as commander in chief. Presidents of both parties have exploited this gray zone for decades. So when you see the headlines about Congress voting to end a war, remember the story. Remember the law that was supposed to fix everything, the court case that broke it all, and the impossible math of the veto override. That vote isn't a check on power. It's a symptom of how much power has been lost. The real decisions are being made elsewhere, far, far from the cameras, in a system that has titled a massive tilt so far towards presidency that the most solemn power given to Congress, the power to declare war, now exists more in theory than in practice. So, what do you guys think? Is there any way for Congress to realistically take back its constitutional war powers, or has the balance shifted for good? I want you guys to let us know what your thoughts are in your comments in the comment section below. And if you guys want more of these deep dives in the hidden mechanics of power in Washington and around the world, make sure that you guys subscribe and hit those like buttons and tap dance on those reaction buttons, as well as hit the notification button and take a look at the membership, because we got a lot of good shows coming up over the next couple of months, and you see them all being listed quite frequently as we continue to move things into the post daylight savings time hours. He said the powers have shifted permanently. Bro, I agree with you. I believe the powers have shifted permanently. Trump has proven through pushing the envelope off the table exactly how far a president can go, which is going to let every president after him, whether he gets a third term or not, know that they have so much more ability than what previous presidents have ever attempted. A lot of people say that they can't, and that's why they don't, because they're limited by their own self-restrictions. But Donald Trump does whatever he thinks he can do, and then somebody has to try to stop him. So it's not that he can't, it is that somebody prevented it from happening. And more often than not, he's not stopped. If Congress is willing to bribe the president with good chicken wings, I'm sure he would return their powers. See, you think that Kanye West is in office. If Kanye West was in office, maybe that Popeye's chicken sandwich chicken with the chicken bun and the chicken for the breast thing probably would have made him agree. But I don't know. With the way Trump was willing to spend $135,000 for a one-night stand, I think that you might not be able to provide him with some chicken, but you can provide him with something else that'll make him go sit down somewhere. However, the man really wants the money. There's a lot of money in the oil from Iran. There's a lot of money in the oil that passes through the strait. If he has control over that, distribution power, where he doesn't interfere with the distribution, he gets paid a protection fee for watching the distribution. Instead of America being a country that gives money to a bunch of other countries for them to allow us to exist the way we want to exist, Donald Trump's starting to slowly change the dynamic where other countries are giving us protection money. Because if he controls the strait, where American troops will be in those waters to make sure that Iran doesn't act up, and other countries are going to be supporting that position, he ain't going to be charging a toll, but they'll be paying protection money to make sure that Iran doesn't tackle the strait. That's mafia style. I don't need to burn your business down to the ground and take over your business. I just need you to give me 10 or 20% of the cut of your profits. You keep running your business. Be a silent partner. You'll never hear from me again as long as I get my cut. But if I don't get my cut, I'm going to come and collect, and I'm going to collect with interest. It said the U.S. has no choice at this time. Didn't Donald Trump say last year that after you voted for him this time, you'll never have to vote again? Starting to see why, huh? We're running out of choices. We're devaluing the voting process. The electoral votes for the presidents, not the 230-something million Americans that votes to their electoral voter. So there's a middle person that is supposed to decide in the same direction that we decide. But truthfully, a handful of electoral voters decides who the president is. Everybody else doesn't matter. They can vote against their constituents. It doesn't happen very often, but they can. You have presidents elected before all the votes are calculated. You have a president-elect, and then you have a popular president, popular vote. A lot of the times, the popular vote is the president-elect, but there have been times where the popular vote wasn't the president-elect. And it was only justified by the fact that the popular vote came from less electoral voters. But truth of the matter is, all it takes is for deep pockets and some dark money to encourage other individuals to be able to do things that they're not supposed to do, with the understanding that you'll get legal protection and a nice pay where you don't have to work anymore doing what you used to do. Because clearly, if they catch you in a compromising position, they're going to remove you from your position. But if you don't have to work anymore, do you really give a fuck? $250,000 a year salary for 10 years is not nearly as satisfactory as $5 or $10 million to make this one decision today with backed up legal services for any fallouts. They can resign from their position after they make the decision and never have to work again. Dark money can work in a lot of ways. It hasn't happened yet, but it can. So we're losing the democratic process. And isn't it ironic that it's a democratic process, but everybody who self-proclaims themselves as a Republican claims that Democrats are idiots? But the whole voting process is a Democratic process, not a Republican process, where the Republican process doesn't give you a choice. They do stuff on your behalf or somebody's behalf, and you better get in line. Remember now, the North was the Democratic side, the South was the Republican side. So for those individuals that don't like the history of the South, y'all voting for that. Y'all gotta look at y'all American history now. Which part of the country was representing which part of this political position? Right? It's not what you think it is. Propaganda has changed everything. Those solver citizens got it right. Yeah, they did. But you know what the problem is that Donald Trump passed that law that said that if you forfeited your citizenship, you no longer have a legal right to be in the country. So those solver citizens are getting deported. Now, you know what the issue is that those sovereign citizens that are getting deported is the reason why Americans are being snatched up when they're supposed to be collecting Mexicans, because they're not just supposed to be collecting Mexicans. They're supposed to be collecting Americans that don't have citizenship and Mexicans. So when Americans stand on their constitutional right to not have to identify themselves because they haven't committed a crime, that doesn't apply to a federal level roll call. We're checking your citizenship, and if you don't show us proof that you belong here, you will be removed. So the burden of proof is on the person being questioned. It's not about if you broke a law. It's about if you even belong here in the first place to even stand on laws. You have to prove that you belong here. So everybody should have their passport card on a clear necktie ID card hanging around their neck, so that they can show, I got a passport right here. And why do you do the passport? Because it doesn't have your address on it, so that they don't come to your house later on and pick off shit. I don't got to tell you nothing else, but I do got to show you that I'm an American citizen, because at the top of this document, it says passport. So you can't take me because it says passport. It says U.S. passport right there. So you can't take me, or at least you're not supposed to. It says they can check my citizenship. When they pull out the gloves and want to check elsewhere, I have a problem. But see, that's going to be the issue. They're going to pull out the gloves and want to check elsewhere before people start pulling out their wallet and showing their ID. If you ever see a black SUV with a bunch of military gear getting out, you want to be able to pull your ID out. There's a passport right here, yo. Passport right here. I'm just passing through. I ain't involved in what y'all got going on. I'm on my way to work. Passport right here. Right? And if you did that, you kept walking, they'll leave your ass alone. But if you standing there watching, like some of these young bucks, some of these Gen Zs is out there watching the chaos and recording it for their Snapchat and recording it for their Instagram and recording it for their TikTok feed, because you out there in the chaos, you're contributing to the chaos. Because you're contributing to the collection of disruption. That's how they're going to perceive it, even though you have a legal right to watch them in action, because they can't watch you and watch everybody else at the same time. If you're not involved in a conflict, keep moving. That's what they're going to say. And if you don't keep moving, you're involved in a conflict. Special shout out to Sterling. He's coming back in today.
Hey, thanks for having me. How you doing?
Doing all right. What do you got for me today?
Well, I just tuned in and I heard you talking politics, and I love that. So, I heard you talking about briefly. I heard you talking about money and how basically like our politicians can be bribed and corrupted. And I guess I was going to ask you, like, what's the fix for that? How do we fix that?
There's a lot of situations that can't be fixed, but truth of the matter is that because you got to understand, when people decide to do things that they're not supposed to do, you can't create a law or a rule that prohibits it. The fact is that if you don't get caught, you don't get caught. If you get caught, but they give you enough money to compensate you for getting caught, you don't have consequences that you're readily going to experience. Because at the end of the day, for example, if corrupt officials are involved with putting the president in power, and the president has a right to provide a presidential pardon to anybody that gets persecuted for any reason, right? You could be part of the reason why this president doesn't belong here, but because he gave you a pardon, you're no longer going to be penalized for the legal actions that you're supposed to undergo for the decision that you made. There's no way around that. You would have to then limit the presidential powers and say that he can't pardon anybody that's involved in a political situation that includes the president, which limits presidential powers. And now the president can only pardon for certain things, not provide pardons for anything. Pardons are supposed to be for at the discretion of the president based on certain circumstances, right? When you start talking about, we're dealing with billionaires now, not just multimillionaires right now. We're dealing with billionaires now, and technically, for a billionaire, well, I don't remember how many electoral officials that we have, but $5 or $10 million a person is enough money for each person to do whatever you want them to do and retire from their position, and they would never need to work again. They would have enough hush money to like disappear and be like the fictitious living Tupac scenario, but the decision has been made, the situation has been destroyed. And at the end of the day, even if it was like 250 people that were paid off at $10 million a person, you're not hitting billions of dollars where he's not going bankrupt for the fact that he just bribed a few hundred people to quit. Because he really only needs to put anybody who wants to win something. They don't need to bribe everybody. They just need to bribe the no vote so that they can get a yes vote. Now, in situations like what we got right now, where, you have a lot more people loyal to the cause and you got people against the cause, in order for you to get more people on board, you would have to convince them. And the average person is convinced by greed. I got to do something for you to get my vote. I have to benefit you to get my vote. A lot of people who vote for presidents and congressmen and Supreme Court judges, it's either a popularity contest because I recognize a name or I remember that person from somewhere, or it's a popularity contest because I like that guy, not because of their policies, not because of what they represent, not because of what they plan on doing when they get in office. So if you have a positive reputation with society, you're likely to be the most popular person in the room. If you are the most unorthodox person, you're a breath of fresh air because you're not normal, you're going to get the popular vote. But all you need is a few hands washed and you're good. So if it was supposed to be 50% plus one and you were down 2 votes, that's $20 million that you can win. It's possible. And when we start talking about what's going on right now with the dark money does exist. There's a bunch of lobbyist money, and that's where dark money comes from. It's big business with deep pockets that are paying politicians to make decisions on executive levels, governors, congressmen, to make decisions on executive levels to change the way things are happening. Look at what happened and we were supposed to be talking about this next week, Monday, but look at what's happening with the auto manufacturers trying to convince the president to outlaw repairing your car away from the dealership. If Donald Trump is swayed on that because nothing has happened yet, he talked about how the discussion happened, but he didn't weigh in as to which direction he was going to go with it. But if he was in favor of that, if they offered him enough money, if they made it worth his while, and he decided to do that, everybody who has an old car and a car that's more than 10 years old would be looking forward to totaling their car out because it can't fix it. But if Trump is like, nah, we probably make more money from all of the extra repair shops, he probably would end up not doing it because the dealerships could make more money selling the rights to use their equipment and make more money off of it and to keep the repair shops there. But the difference is that big business is at the White House right now, since like a couple of weeks ago, trying to convince the president to outlaw us being able to fix our own cars. And all it takes is a president that doesn't have enough money, that could need enough money from their constituents, the lobbyists, and they would make such decisions that doesn't benefit us. Right? Does that kind of answer your question? Because I know I did go on a short tangent there.
Well, you briefly discussed how they are corrupted, but it seems like you don't feel like we could pass legislation. Well, there there is legislation currently on the books that makes it easier to be bribed. And I feel like we need to discuss like the ways that you can legally bribe a politician, right?
Mhm.
And how we could fix that. Because when you say like these politicians can be bought, and you say, big business, big corporations, they do buy our politicians, but they do it legally. And they don't donate directly to the politician, they donate to their super PAC.
Okay. But there
Are,
are
are,
some that can walk into a room with a briefcase full of cash and we don't know anything about it. Wire transfer something, we don't know anything about it. Buy them a house on an island and we don't know anything about it. And they just start making decisions that we don't agree with. Special shout out to Cardinal Rules. The fact is that the legal way to bribe people is the way that we know about. The illegal way to bribe people is that large quantities of money ends up in bank accounts of the people that are making decisions that ends up not favoring our outcomes or having unfavorable outcomes for us. And when
and
we start talking about the illegal ways to do it, the problem is that you can't stop crime by creating laws. You can only create consequences for when the laws get broken. And then you need the authoritative powers to hold those individuals responsible. And certain individuals like Donald Trump with 35 felonies under his belt, and he still made it to be the president. There's very few individuals at his level that is going to a group of his peers, because what 12 billionaires do we know that's going to actually rule against what he's doing? If the court is in his favor, and I don't mean like the courthouse, I mean like the society is in his favor, even if what he's doing might be unethical in some situations, hypothetically, because I'm not saying what he's doing is unethical. I'm just saying under certain circumstances, dude can get away with whatever he wants. The average American, one of the reasons why we're so free is because even if we break the law on a day-to-day basis, the fact that a lot of people don't know what the law is, and then the fact of the matter is that very few people want to enforce that law because that's a lot of paperwork, that's a lot of litigation, that they just let shit go. You can speed up and down the street all day long if the court doesn't want, if the cop doesn't want to pull you over. But I mean, if the cop doesn't like your attitude, they can pull you over because your windows rolled down, and you can spend 4 hours arguing with the cop about why they pulled you over because you rolled down your window and gave them the middle finger, not because you committed a crime, but because they don't like your actions. So the fact is that when you start asking me like, what solution do we have for corruption? You don't have a solution for corruption. You don't have a solution for greed. You don't have a solution for the core model of capitalism. What you have is the ability to navigate around that, recognizing what changes are going to be made that are outside of your favor. So if you understand that they're likely going to do away with a lot of the abilities to repair old cars, you're going to rethink buying an antique car for $40,000 because it's not like you're going to be able to fix it even if it runs right now. You're going to rethink how old your car should be. If you've got a 25-year-old car now and they put this law together, you're probably not going to be able to fix it much longer. So you might want to upgrade your car to a 10-year-old car. You can't change what they're going to do because it's outside of your control, but you can navigate around it before it becomes a problem.
Well, I disagree. I think like in the case, in the example you gave with the police, like, a law finally came into being that they had to wear like the body cameras, for example. And I feel like that would help a lot with the situation that you describe. It's not perfect, but it is a help. And also like with the money in politics, I feel like there was a law, since you were talking about people not knowing laws, there was one that was passed by the Supreme Court called Citizens United. And a lot of people say we need to overturn that because Citizens United treated corporations like people. They said that corporations can donate unlimited amount of money to a politician, and they don't always have to even like put their name on it.
Cardinal Rule says hold people accountable. Find ways to hold people accountable. And that's kind of what you're talking about right now with big business. Not having a person's name on it. It's a entity that doesn't exist that is represented by the individuals that actually have specific positions.
That
Just like with your, go ahead.
I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Just like your example with the police officers with the body cameras. The police officers with the body cameras only helps us see what happened when the cop was behaving the way they were behaving, why the citizen got hurt. why the situation went worse than what it was supposed to be. If this was supposed to be a traffic ticket, why did lives get lost? If this was supposed to be a regular citation, why did people get hurt? And so you get to see the aftermath of the consequences of the situation. The problem is, though, is that while there are laws that have existed for over 150 years that gives an American citizens rights to defend themselves from police officers when police officers are not acting in line with the law, it is at the discretion of the court after you get arrested and go to jail to release you from jail after determining that your actions were justifiable. Because there are laws that indicate if you resist law enforcement for any reason, they can take you to jail by any means necessary. There is a qualifiable expectation of excessive force, but unfortunately, excessive force is only after the fact discretionarily determined. Now, we have had in recent times more police officers being convicted for poor decision making. But unfortunately, we don't have more police officers being taught law. We don't have more police officers taught socialization. We don't have more police officers being taught de-escalation. They go to police academy to be taught how to catch you and hold you and take you to jail. The process is no longer bring the suspect back to the police department, make sure they committed a crime, then put them in jail and book them. 72-hour holding. Most states around the country still has that as a law, that you can pick me up off the side of the road and hold me for 3 days and figure out if I actually did something wrong and then let me go if you didn't. But nobody does it anymore. They pick you up off the street, and within 2 hours of going into that squad car, you are dropped off at the nearby police office and you're being booked and processed and put into a jumpsuit where you're going to spend 3 days there, have a judge give you a sentence. You're going to either get signed out on your own recognizance or have a friend pay your bond. And now you're out on the street on bond, waiting to go to court for a traffic ticket when you should not have even gone to jail in the first place. So the body camera does help, where the police officer cannot fabricate the police report and justify their actions when they took action to cause the outcome without actually being provoked to perform that action. But it doesn't stop them from behaving unethically. Likewise, the bipartisan laws and other laws that come out that is supposed to be stopgaps to unorthodox behavior patterns. The problem is that it only works if the top of the ladder is enforcing the laws from the top down. You have to understand that if the top of the ladder is breaking the laws, nobody below that can enforce the law. While nobody is supposed to be above the law, how do you stop a judge from acting unethically? You need somebody over that judge to take action on that judge. How do you stop a Supreme Court judge from acting unethically? You need somebody over that judge to stop that judge. How do you stop a congressman from acting unethically? There's very few people above that guy. How do you stop the president from acting unethically? Nobody's above that guy. You have 500 people that have to come to an agreement to do something about that guy, where 60% of the people have to agree, where, as I calculated it, like 327 people have to agree to do something about that guy, and you can't get 200 people to agree on that guy. So even if what he's doing isn't okay, you can't get enough people to agree to do something about it. So that is the problem that we have with the way our laws are designed. We can't create a rule to stop people from breaking the rules. We can create consequences for if we so choose to enforce those rules. But if we're not willing to enforce those rules, we can put Puff Daddy as the next president. There's nothing saying that he can't. What's your thoughts on that?
I would not support Puff Daddy for president, if that's your question.
I wouldn't either, but I'm just saying the way the law is designed, he can. We just had Donald Trump at like 35, and I think 35 felonies under his belt, and Puff Daddy had what, like 31 or 32. So I mean, you know, the difference between the two men based on their legal cases, even though Donald Trump's case disappeared after he got elected, the fact is that they both were convicted, and just Donald Trump was never sentenced, and his case disappeared. But the law to be president is that you've been in America for the last 15 years, you are an American-born citizen, and you're over the age of 35. Puff Daddy qualifies to be president. There's nowhere in the laws that says that he can't be president because he's a felon. So technically, he could be the next president. So while you and I would not support him, and most Americans wouldn't support him, how do you fix that?
I don't think it's a problem. Like if I'm okay with Puff Daddy running for president, I have no problem with that.
I got a problem with it because how is he going to go on a campaign trail if he's supposed to be in prison?
Right.
The warden going to drive him?
Well, that's for him to figure out. I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like if I feel like you should be able to vote in prison, and I feel like you should be able to run for office in prison. I don't have a problem with that.
Right, right. Now I agree with you 100%. But see, when you start going down that road, now you start opening the gates for every inmate to be voted in as a president from every other inmate that's incarcerated, no matter what they've done in society. Even though it's never happened and it's unlikely to happen, the fact is that by giving them their constitutional rights to vote as pre-convicted felons, you open the door for all the felons to vote for one felon that was a naturally born American over the age of 35 that has been incarcerated on American land for the last 15 years to be voted in as president. And with our legal system, there's enough people incarcerated to have a strong campaign trail for certain inmates. You know what I mean? So while it doesn't mean that he'll get voted in, it's just the principle of the fact. When you ask me, well, how do we stop certain bipartisan laws, or how do we stop certain legislation that negatively impacts the narrative when people recognize corruption and then start taking action on the loopholes in the laws that allow that corruption to flourish? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, you make some good points. I would say that even if a politician goes in there and they get corrupted, okay, and they act against the will of their constituents, I think I heard you say touching on this earlier. There's no repercussions because that person who voted for the Republican, for example, who went in there and became a traitor, so to speak, the people who voted for him will say, well, at least that was better than the Democrat, and vice versa. They'll always say, well, the Democrat would have been worse, or the Republican would have been worse, or yada 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 yada. They'll justify it any way as long as there's only two different teams out here,
And there's more than two, but nobody takes into consideration the independent position.
Right. And my question to you is, wouldn't we be better off if there were no Republicans and Democrats, if everybody was an independent?
That's the first brilliant political question that has ever come across my podcast. If
You're
we
welcome.
stop playing sides, I greatly appreciate that. If we stop playing sides, because we got a lot of people that jump onto the show and say that Democrats are stupid because they're Democrats, when a lot of the laws that are passed that benefit Americans are Democratic laws. And there's a lot of people who don't like Republicans, but the constitutional freedoms that you get, like being able to carry your guns all over America, which was being heavily restricted by Democrats, you need both sides. You can't lean on one side 100% of the time because they're not always right, or at least they're not always benefiting you, right? But we have a lot of people that don't make $75,000 a year that are voting Republican, but Republican decisions are made for big business. Republican decisions are not made for the lower income individuals or the medium income individuals. The bottom up design, Cardinal Rule says, who was the president that was involved in the mafia? I don't know. Michael might know that. But what Donald Trump has been doing, and what a lot of big business decisions that are being made are doing, like with the tax laws that just happened with not taxing overtime and tips, that was a bottom-up stimulation of the economy instead of the top-down stimulation. Because the top-down stimulation is either the government's got to give all the poor people money so that the poor people can spend money, or the rich people need to start spending more money, which rich people don't spend money. That's why they stay rich, in order for the economy to be stimulated. Since 99% of America is wasteful, 75% of America is extremely poor because they're wasteful. stimulating the economy from the bottom up, giving the working class more money by not taxing them as much money on their tips and on their overtime hours, allows for those poor people to waste more money on things like when they rented those Rolls Royces and private jets and expensive outfits for prom. All of those poor people that got $25,000, $30,000, $50,000 on their tax return this year all wasted all their money on their kids' prom. Now, all of the multi-millionaires and multi-billionaires that are invested in the tailors for the prom dress and the prom suits and the rental car companies and the private jets that these people use to make their kids have a night that they can remember, impressing society. All those broke people are broke, but the money went back into the pockets of the wealthy. So the people in their face are going to say, oh, Trump did something good for the poor people by giving them a less taxation. No, he gave you the opportunity to be more wasteful, but it is first person accountability, because at the end of the day, if you took that 50 grand that you got from your tax return and invested it somewhere where you could have got back dividend returns, like the little boy that got killed off a prom, he wouldn't have got killed off a prom if he wouldn't have had $5,000 or $7,000 of cash in his pocket. But the mama had to do a GoFundMe because she wasted all of her money. She would have had money to bury the boy if she wouldn't have wasted all her damn money on the boy's prom outfit and a rental car and the photo shoot. Financial irresponsibility. The Trump created the Trump account. The Trump, if people use that to build their children wealth and actually put money into that, because he's only giving everybody $1,000 over the course of 20 years, you're only going to have $3 grand there. But if you keep adding money in that, by the time your kid is 20 years old, you could have like $35,000 there. That's a lot of money. And with inflation, it's not a lot of money, but it is the 10 to 20% that you need for down payment on a house. It is your undergrad if you're going to a community college. It does, if you do it responsibly, allow you to build yourself up. So while I'm not for or against the man, he didn't do it to benefit you per se. He did it because you're either going to fuck it up and they're going to make money off of it, or you're going to become one of them, which means they got another partner they can do business with. Real estate agents, real estate investors like teaching real estate to other people so that they have more people to buy and sell to and with. Wealthy people like mentoring people who have the ability to be wealthy so you have more people to make money with. Because if there's nobody to buy and sell with, how do I make more money? I don't want to do the work. If you've got ambition, you take my money and go make us money. That's how wealthy people get wealthy. But I got to teach you how to be responsible. So all of that boils down back to this. With the corruption the way it is, the corruption is only the way it is because greedy is greedy. But a lot of people are, like you said, we should do away with the idealization that we are going to stick to, oh, I'm a Democrat, or oh, I'm a Republican, because that doesn't benefit anybody. Because all of the stuff this podcast has been talking about ways for you to make, save, and invest money in different countries to live in for two factors. One, he changed all the laws where investments have massive discounts. So poor people can stop being poor by investing in dividend paying stocks that are undervalued, going across the top of the screen. And between that and your ability to build a legacy, then what was the other thing that he did? Because he set it up where you could stop being poor. Oh, and then nobody's paying attention to these stocks because these stocks are undervalued. Because big business puts their money in more expensive things. Poor people can get in there, buy stuff for cheap, let it go up in value, let it pay them on a regular basis, build themselves a retirement plan, no longer be broke. But the tax laws benefit high valued investors. That's what I talk about. Then the other half of why I talk about different countries around the world for you to invest in. Everybody was sarcastically saying, oh, well, if Donald Trump gets in, I'm going to leave countries. Well, let me tell you which countries you can go to. Because there's like 200 something of them out there. Not all of them are as established as America, but there are different countries you can go to for $36,000 a year, start up a whole family and live somewhere else. But the fact is that we still recognize that 70% of America voted this man in. You don't have to like his decision. I voted for the $1.something million that black people would have got, but I mean, I didn't get it. I also voted for the free healthcare, and I didn't get that. So you know where my votes went. We probably would have had presidents if I would have been voting.
We probably would have had what? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
2 female presidents if I would have been voting, because I would have voted Hillary in for the free healthcare, and I would have voted Kamala Harris in for the $1 million. I don't care if they would have fucked up the economy. I would have had $1 million I would have put into a location where money would have been making money for me. I would not have been financially challenged if I would have had multi-million dollars. I don't have multi-million dollars. I got enough to know that my standard of living is fully covered, but I also don't have multi-million dollars. I would have had shit tons of money with the 1.3 million she was talking about. Yeah, that would have went a long way with me. What do you have to say, Sterling?
Well, I would say that I'm skeptical that Hillary Clinton would have given us free health care. I don't believe she was for that. And then when you talk about the 1.3 number, what's that, reparations or something?
Yeah, but that only would have been for the minorities that were impacted before 1965. So it wouldn't have been for everybody.
And see, I
But
don't
I
think
have a living relative that was born before 1955 that I have direct access to, which means I would have gotten paid directly.
I don't think Kamala was for that either. That like I don't believe that. Like I don't believe that the Democrats are that party for free health care, or that they are the party of the working class. They used to be, they claim to be, but I feel like neither party is working for us. They're both working for that top 1%. And I also
Yeah.
feel like in America we've been brainwashed to feel like we, the American workers, the Americans are the problem. We're lazy. We're not fiscally responsible, and that's why we can't get ahead. But I feel like that's propaganda from the billionaires who want to keep us where we're at.
Well, we're not financially responsible. That's for sure.
What I'm saying is it's hard to be it's hard to be in this economy,
It is.
and when the billionaires only help themselves and the laws favor the billionaires and the billionaires keep the lawmakers in power, it's never going to benefit us.
I agree with you on that. But I also understand that while you can't do what the billionaires do on a billionaire's level, as Cardinal Rules just said, no one is educated in stocks except the rich folks. Generational wealth knows about how to make, save, and invest money in ways that is common knowledge that the average person doesn't know about. And a lot of the financial information that I provide to people on this podcast is common knowledge that I stumble across, do a lot of research on, and then project it to everybody else so that you guys can learn how to make, save, and invest money in ways where you might not make yourselves multi-billionaires before you get old, but you'll at least stop being broke and struggling and living from paycheck to paycheck. The fact is that one of the biggest reasons why the average American does not have the ability to build themselves up to a different social or financial class level is because they don't have the generational knowledge. The knowledge used to be handed down from grandparents to grandchildren and generation to generation, but the poor class never had the knowledge. The three generations of poor people. And we can try to attribute a lot of that to slavery, but you have poor people from every race that did not have that in their background, where their great grandparents were poor too. So they don't know how to make, save, and invest money. And just like when I keep talking about these kids with the problem, they watch their parents spend extra money on nonsense. They're not learning financial responsibility from their parents if their parents got 30 grand and wasted it in 30 days. But they didn't buy a house, they didn't buy a car for the kids, they didn't pay for the kids' tuition, they didn't do anything long-term meaningful, where somebody from a more wealthy family would have did something different with that money, where either that money would have continuously made money for them, or they would have invested that in an opportunity where they would have made double or triple or more back, because they don't have the knowledge, but they also don't share the knowledge. The average American, while Joe Biden was complaining about TikTok because of the algorithm, the average American looks for chaos and desire. So you have the girls dancing on the show, and then you have chaos. That's most of the views on TikTok. So Americans don't learn nothing. But if you go over to China, same TikTok platform, they're getting educational stuff on their feed, right? But that's because we search for chaos. We search for desire. We search for the guys showing off their guns. We search for the people showing off their cars. We don't search for something educational. This podcast has been around for 3 years. You stumbled across this podcast when you were looking for active live podcasts. Listen to it for a while. I was like, damn, this podcast is where it's at. But this wasn't something that the average American looks for. The average American sees this, oh, they're talking about something serious, and swipe past, because they're not willing to learn anything better. But several days out of the week, I've got investment information on stocks, bonds, real estate, Bitcoin, gold, silver, platinum, uranium, trusts, wills, international investing, offshore banking. There's so much stuff that we're talking about on this show, and people wouldn't know anything about it because they're hearing me talk right now. I'm not talking about nothing funny. They swipe past. So the reason why the American people is not poor is not because the rich are keeping us from being rich. It's because we don't want to know. We wake up every day, we go to work because it's easy to do. We know that if we show up, we get paid for our presence. Some of us have high value, so we put a lot of effort to getting paid for our presence. But you get paid for your presence, and if you work good, they are lucky. You don't have to work good. You just have to not be the worst one on the ship. So you're overachieving. That's a benefit for them, but it's going to become a standard expectation for you. They're not going to give you raises to show you value on your work ethic. You are going to continue to get more than minimum wage. And the only time they're going to give you a raise is when they want you to crack the whip on somebody else as a team leader, as a shift leader, as a store supervisor, so that they don't have to show up and do the work themselves. So at the end of the day, you as working class, until you change your mindset from being the best worker possible to removing yourself from the work field and being the owner of the company and being the boss that separates himself from the operation where you get paid for their work. Until we change our mindsets into that dynamic, we're not going to be able to change that vicious cycle. We're always going to be in a position where we work until we die. We don't have enough money to live because big business profits off of the least amount of operation cost and the highest sale price to get the most profit from the difference. And since they can't always reduce the cost of the product and they can't always raise the price of the product, they have to reduce the cost of the labor. And there's only two ways that you can do that. You can either put a larger workload on the workers that are already there so that you can get more performance for the same amount of money, or you got to fire a bunch of them. That's where all the layoffs come from. And then you put the workload on whoever's still there. We just finished covering that the last 3 days. There's not a dynamic where we're taught in high school. And I just actually talked to a couple of my students that are in Canada right now, where they're being taught how to budget their money and budget their checkbooks and how not to overspend their credit cards. We're not taught that in America. We're not taught how to balance our checkbooks. We're not taught how to utilize credit cards in high school. Home ec doesn't exist anymore. We don't have those classes in college. A accounting degree doesn't teach you how to keep your money from disappearing. It just teaches you how to count somebody else's money, how to look at a spreadsheet, how to find failures in somebody else's budget. But it has nothing to do with how you stop being broke. There's not one elective in high school that helps you not be broke. But I bet you if you sit here for 10 minutes, I could tell you how you can take a 4-year degree and make yourself $250,000 and still pay back all the student loans and not be broke. But that's coming from a podcast after the fact. Had I known this knowledge when I went into college, I would have more money than Myron Gaines. But I found this information after college, because I did not have generational knowledge to provide that knowledge to me so that I could be more successful. But I got that generational knowledge, and now I share it to everybody, and I put it into my membership. So the people that come into this podcast learns things that the wealthy tell you for free. If you ask, they will tell you, but you got to do it yourself. A wealthy person is so wealthy that they got time as a charity case to stop and tell you how not to be broke. But it's up to you to listen. They're not keeping trade secrets. They can do things on a larger scale because they got more money, but you can do the same thing they did legally on a smaller scale and make you some money. It's just the average person doesn't do it. What's your take on that?
Well, we could go back and forth. I feel like the average person would do it if they could, but they just don't. Like when they get that check, they're already in debt, credit card debt. You know, so I feel like it's more of the like you said, the rich people can do it because that 30 grand ain't nothing to them. But to the average working family, first of all, I'm not sure they're getting 20 and 30 grand checks, but whatever they do get, it's already spent because they were in debt before they got it.
Well, you got the $25,000 max deduction on overtime hours, and then the no tax on tips. So you're looking at about $25,000 or $30,000 because you also have the newly reformed extra $5,000 for child care, for child support. So if you put that $5,000 there for the child care, then you put that $25,000 max cap on anybody who was getting taxed on overtime hours, you're looking at closer to $30,000. And the reason why I use that value of $30,000 is because I was talking about the parents of children that were going to prom, which means those children were dependents that the parents were claiming tax deductions on, and they were getting that $2,500 or $5,000 tax rebate or tax deduction on childcare, and that would have been added to the $25,000 cap on overtime hours, and that's why I gave you the number of $30,000. But it's only going to be one time, huh?
Well, on the overtime pay, you're saying we have up to $25,000 of the overtime, which I thought it was 15, but let's say I think you're
no,
right.
It's $25,000 max on $25,000 max on all overtime hours for the year. It's the half hour, not the time and a half. It's the extra half hour of overtime hours that's not taxed. So the hour is taxed normally, but the half hour that you get on a time and a half is no longer taxed, up to $25,000. But then they also have reformed the child care laws to provide child support up to $5,000 at least through 2028, and it would then reduce down to $2,500 when I was covering this in 2025, and that and the tax credit thing was going into effect for the 2025-2026 tax year. So the big businesses were supposed to no longer have that half hour as a taxable line item. It's supposed to be put in a different line item as a non-taxed item, but they had extended the expectations into the 2026 tax year, so they did not have to change payroll for the year of 2025. So this year might be the only year that you get that type of observation. Every year after that, if the businesses follow the laws and change their payroll, you're going to just get more money back on your paycheck every year. You're not going to get that type of tax return after this year ever again. But the problem is that this large quantity of money that you got, whether it was $10,000 or $15,000, $25,000, $30,000, is almost like a once in a lifetime occurrence. And a lot of people squandered it away. I do agree with you. There are people that have more bills than they have money. But I have shown on this podcast plenty of times that a lot of times that occurs because of lifestyle creep. As you make more money, you raise your standard of living. It becomes the new standard, the new base level, and you still are living from paycheck to paycheck. So you owe more money than you make, because if you got a raise or a promotion, you go and finance a new car. You get a raise or a promotion, you finance a new house. You get a raise or a promotion, and you're buying gold chains and gold teeth and all this other stuff. Cable bills, subscriptions, gym memberships, expensive designer clothes to show that your social status has increased. And this loud wealth projection cost you more money than maintaining the same standard of living you had before you got the raise, before you got the promotion. Instead of getting the promotion and getting a bigger house, you get the promotion and you invest in a better future. Instead of finance a brand new car, you buy a car cash up front, you just keep that instead of paying notes on a flashier car. Then the average person these days is getting flashy luxury cars. So there's $300, $500 a month on a note for the car, plus the $500 a month for the insurance on the car, plus the $2,000-$3,000 for the mortgage on the car. Now your base standard of living is like $7,000. And now you're still struggling where you're making almost $250,000 a year, but you're struggling because your lifestyle costs too much, not because your job doesn't pay you enough. And that's something that not a lot of people think about. So yes, there are people who can't afford it. They've got more debt that has accumulated before the relief comes. And a lot of people chase that debt by trying to pay off overdrawn credit cards instead of charging off the credit card and then paying it off. They just keep chasing the interest because they don't know that if you charge off the credit card, pay it off, and just let it just die, that it will stop charging them. A lot of people try to keep the credit card alive and just keep putting money on the interest, but they never touch the principal. And it's just a lack of financial knowledge. It's not that the wealthy people are stopping them from being successful. They're just not being properly educated. Now, you can say that the wealthy people are deliberately not allowing you to be taught that because the local schools don't teach that, and the Ivy League schools that the wealthy people are in have certain curriculum that's not available in the local schools. I mean, you can argue that, and I can't really refute that, but at the end of the day, knowledge was supposed to be passed down from your parents and your grandparents to you before you took you behind the school. Even during segregation, The black folks was taught by their family members at home on how to read, write, spell, and count when they wasn't even allowed to go to school and have books. The reason why they had what they needed was because they got it at home. Now we make it the school's responsibility to give our children what they need, and if the kids don't get it, oh well. But a lot of us will spend a bunch of money on a private school for the prestige, but we won't take that exact same salary and put it into the public school and get the same quality experience. Because if you think $1,500 to $5,000 a semester in a private school, if you gave us a public school that kind of budget, $1,500 to $5,000 a semester per student for 500 or 700 students, those schools will be doing way better than the private schools. And for the average American, that would be an actual tax deduction, because you give them $5,000 to a non-profit, government-funded, publicly paid for entity. You charge that off dollar for dollar on your taxes, but the average American would not give their money to a public school. But it's technically free to you. So if Uncle Sam, if Donald Trump is going to take 22% of your money out of your pocket, but you could give that 22% to the school, you will first give 10% to the church and 15% to the president, but you won't give the 22% to the school. That's the reason why people suffer. That's the reason why people are hard up. That's the reason why things aren't going the way we want it to go, is because society sucks. We allow it to happen, then we complain about the fact that society sucks. We, on the bottom side of things, don't put forth the effort to change the way things are so that things stop sucking. I decided to proactively change the way things suck by proactively telling people how to stop allowing things to suck. But that still requires people to come here, learn about it, and then apply it. Because you can come here, linger, and talk about it, never apply it, or you can leave and never learn anything. But if you come and learn it and then you apply it, you're like, damn, this stuff works. Steve is a perfect example. He comes here every day and talks about how well it works. You know, but it really requires people to change. What's your take on that?
I think you're right. I think people need to be able to change, and we need to hold our elected officials responsible, and we need to advocate for laws that work in the people's best interest. And when government isn't working in our interest,
I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Solution, but I'm gonna let you finish, because you asked me a question earlier. How do we change this? But I just thought about the solution based off of what you just said. But I'm gonna let you finish.
Well, no, please tell me, because that's what I really want to know.
Everybody should treat Congress like freaking jury duty. That's how you stop that. Congress, you're supposed to do 2 years. 500 people are supposed to have 2 years. There's 380 something million Americans, but you only have 500 something people doing 30 years in Congress. You stop the ability to have corruption when you can't keep somebody here long enough to make change, to make massive change in your favor. The reason why this was supposed to be more of a democratic process was specifically because everybody was supposed to take turns leading the country. So if 500 people change over and another 500 people come in every 2 years, you know, you're looking at like what, 500,000 people in 10 years. You know, in 20 years, you know, you're looking at 1 million people. You know, over the course of 200 years, you would have the majority of Americans have had at least one chance in Congress to do something. Each person would be less motivated to be influenced by money, because I ain't going to be here that long. Not to mention greed, it doesn't take over as quickly, because if you control the pot this year and somebody else controls that pot next year, and you're talking about distribution this year, you're going to try to be the fairest possible, because when it's no longer your turn, you're hoping that they're going to treat you the same way. But right now, we've only got 500 people willing to do it, 700 people willing to do it, because they do have a few extra people that never get voted in. But we don't have 500,000 people wanting to be in Congress that are actually trying to be in Congress. Then the average American doesn't vote. This year, November 23rd of 2026 is the mid-election for Congress. Are we going to vote out everybody who did not agree to stop the war? Probably not. Most people aren't going to vote until the next presidential election. Did we vote out the last police chief when we didn't like when the police were getting beating the crap out of our friends and family members? No, we did not. Most people don't vote. So because all of the police officers will vote for their boss, Since nobody else is voting, majority rules, he wins by default, unopposed, right? We don't run for president, but we could. The ballot typically only has 4 or 5 high value names. We have never had a ballot where it was an unknown person. That was just a random Joe Schmo. I can't remember the name of that movie when Chris Tucker ran. He was a nobody and then became the president by accident kind of situation. He got voted in because he was literally talking for the people kind of thing. Nobody does that. So the reason why the country is so corrupt is because we allow it to be, because we choose not to put in the effort to make change. He said, "What's just the term limits? The term limits should be the same. It's just that more people should run. You should have for 500 seats. You should have 200 people for each seat fighting for the seat. But we don't have that. You've got 500 people playing musical chairs. I do two years in this chair, 2 years in this chair, 2 years in this chair. Then I'm going to move up front, do 2 years over here. I'm going to do 2 years on the left side of the room, 2 years on the right side of the room. But I'm only supposed to be here for 2 years. But part of it is that if ain't nobody else here, I win by default. So I can keep my position because nobody else wants to run. So to answer your question from earlier tonight, how do you stop a lot of the top level corruption? Be more involved in your government. Draft letters to your local officials. Be involved in your town hall meetings. Go to your school board meetings. Even if you don't have children, go to your school board meetings, because if you don't got a kid, one of your family members got a kid that you value, and they're going to be negatively impacted by the school. Don't just live off of prestige. Live off of the value of quantity and quality. Because when you complain about the public system and your kid is in the public system, you're part of the problem. Every kid that was on the free lunch program that went to prom in a Bentley, they're part of the problem. Because if you can afford a Bentley for prom, you could afford to pay for lunch. Because free lunch was for poor kids who couldn't afford to eat at home. The fact is that more Americans take advantage of whatever is given to us from the government, but everybody complains about paying taxes to the government. But there's a lot of other countries that have a higher tax level. That is a mandatory requirement, but those higher tax levels give more government guarantees. Where the mid and low level areas of the country have so many more stimulation from the government because the government has a larger budget from the people. But Americans don't want to pay that much taxes. I think I covered Switzerland. It was like 22 or 28% taxation. Nobody wants to pay that. But so much subsidies is going to come from that. Free healthcare would not have been a free method. Don't think that we would have did 8%, 10% taxation and Hillary Clinton would have put forth free healthcare. That would have been an astronomical failure to try to put into place. But if she would have put free healthcare into place, everybody would have hated her guts because our taxation would have doubled. Because in order to pay for free healthcare for 385 million Americans who would take advantage of not having to pay doctor bills anymore, we would have to have a multi-trillion-dollar budget for healthcare, which would require us to have to tax Americans 10% more than what they're already being taxed. Nobody talked about how to get there. The fact that it was offered, I'm like, fuck yeah, that's a good model to try. Because most of the countries that have free healthcare have the citizens in better health, living longer life, able to work harder. We would not have disability for people who can't do because they don't have the health care to maintain their physical condition. So actually the byproduct of not having enough health care is a Social Security disability platform that's paying for you because you can't work no more. So exactly, trader, nothing in life is really free. It's just going to come from a different position. But that's also going to lead to the communist model, because no matter how much or how little everybody works, everybody's paying into a pot where the pot is going to distribute evenly to everybody. Nobody likes that thought because they think that communism is terrorism, but that's not the thing. It is the sharing of resources amongst all parties, regardless of how much or how little you put in. The capitalist model is to take advantage of everybody around you and make as much money as you can. Everybody likes the capitalist model when they're benefiting, but 77% of Americans aren't benefiting from it. So we're pissed off. But we can't take responsibility for ourselves. But anytime that you bought something that you really didn't need, but you wanted, That was a bad decision. That was a bad financial decision that entertained you in the moment. You went to the bar and had your few drinks with some friends when you could have invested that money. I got right now going across the screen, we got stocks that are $2.14 a share, $5 a share, $7 a share, $10 a share. And those are 4 of the highest paying real estate investment trusts right now. Like 20-something% return on investment right now. So that means a beer at the bar could have been putting money in your pocket. A pack of cigarettes could have been putting money in your pocket. The $20 cover at the bar could have bought like 5 shares or some shit. But we don't think about that in the moment. We're like, oh man, I want that. Oh, I want those Jordans. Oh, I want that WWE replica. Oh, I want front row seats at WrestleMania. Oh, I want to go to the Super Bowl. Oh, I want that LeBron James jersey. Impulse buys. We get it. We have it for a little bit. We feel good about it. We might wear it, show it off to the people around us. And then after the fame of having it fades away, it goes into the closet, collects dust, it takes up space. It's gone. The money is gone. And we always make this decision by taking our principal and going and spending it on our impulse instead of putting our principal somewhere where our principal can produce money for us so that we can take the money produced by our principal and use that to go make bad decisions with. That one change would eliminate poverty. Instead of living off of your principal, living off the interest produced by your principal would change poverty permanently. And I just tell people how to do it every day. For the last 3 years, I've never missed a day where I tell you guys how to get rid of poverty by changing the way you make financial decisions. So I do agree with you. Yes, people struggle, and they struggle because they got it hard. But you can change the system in a lot of ways, but it requires an American people that is not willing to be proactive to actually be proactive. Because again, us knowing the laws, us having video cameras and recording the police, that doesn't stop them from believing that they have the right to mistreat us in the street because they're police officers. But that does require us to vote out the chief of police and vote out the local sheriff because their officers are trained by their superior officers who are granted that authority by the chief to mistreat the American people. If you want things to change, you have to get out there and use your vote in places where it does matter so that your vote will continue to matter at the top. If you don't use your vote on those lowest levels where it does matter, people will come into position that will eliminate your value in your vote. Because nobody on this podcast, not even me right now, can identify one electoral voter in our current area that represents what we want. Most of us don't know. But the electoral position is something that's voted for also. So when we start complaining about how the people at the bottom vote and the electoral voters can go a different way, how do we even know who the electoral voter is so that we can vote in somebody who will represent us? We don't put in the effort to go find out. We say, I don't know, and then we dismiss it. That's not what I'm worried about today. I'm trying to pay my rent, and then we dismiss it. Trying to not get my car impounded, and then we dismiss it. You know, they got a repo order on my vehicle, but I'm gonna go to the club and hope they don't find my car. But then we dismiss it. Poor discretionary spending. That's the biggest problem that America has. We are the most wasteful country in the world, identified as the richest country in the world, because we make shit tons more money in this country than anywhere else in the world, but we spend it just as quick as we get it. And that's the reason why I strongly believe that poor people could stop being poor if they just change their decision making. You got any other thoughts?
And see, I think I'm not disagreeing with you completely. There's plenty of examples of wasteful spending, sure. But I do believe the problem is the corporations don't want us to have any of those things. For example, Walmart has the most employees of anybody in America on food stamps and welfare.
Yep.
Right? And the Waltons make billions of dollars of profit every year.
Yep.
And we allow that.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Walton family buys our politicians to make sure they don't do any changes to that.
No, but we also allow that because we would prefer to everybody have their own house and struggle income for one house instead of doing like the Mexicans and put 10 people in one house and pay 1/10 of the cost of standard living, save up your money, build your wealth up, and in 5 or 10 years you can move out and be a millionaire. You notice that Mexicans can come to America with no citizenship, put 10, 15 people in a 2-bedroom house, and within 2 years, everybody's got a brand new F-150 bought brand new. But the average American born and raised here cannot come together and work together as a team to stop being broke. But we remember Section 8, you can put like 5-7 people on Section 8, and now everybody's got a Cadillac on 32s with a loud stereo system and Louis Vuitton outfits. But did they all come together and come out the hood? Did they all come together and put their money towards buying a house? No. The opportunity is not being taken advantage of. And that's one of the biggest problems of the American people. It is the opportunity cost, where people choose not to take advantage of a benefit that will make them more successful. Instead, they will take advantage of the benefit so they don't have to try as hard. People will get on welfare, get on food stamps, and then they won't excel financially so that they can keep the food stamps. But if you don't have enough money to buy food and you're getting food stamps, the money that you're not spending on food stamps could clearly fund your brokerage account. Eventually, you'll be making enough money where you don't need food stamps. And then the food stamps will be given to somebody who needs food stamps, but you would be self-sustainable. But the average person that has food stamps does whatever they can to keep their food stamps. The people that was on WIC, they did the same thing, whatever they could to keep their food, until Bill Clinton was like, nah, you got to go do something with yourself, get you a job or go to college. But the fact is that if people used to, back in those days, they used to deliberately get their children what they call crazy checks. They have them evaluated by a psychiatrist, have them deemed mentally incompetent, some way, shape, or form, have them issued a check where the parents are supposed to spend extra money taking care of the child. Now they got 5 kids, getting $2,000 a kid, $10,000 worth of money every month to have the kids. The kids are not taught nothing. The parents don't have to do nothing. Now she just walks around with all these kids because the government's paying for them. And presidents had to put a stop to the fact that people took advantage of these models where it was designed for children that actually needed extra medical treatment, actually needed extra resources in order to have a normal life. That's what the policy was made for. But then it was exploited so that people didn't have to work as hard. Section 8 was supposed to be an opportunity zone for individuals who couldn't afford regular housing to be able to get government subsidized housing so that they would have a place to stay so that they wouldn't be homeless. And people used that and put all their friends in it and sometimes charge rent to their friends so that they would not have to spend as much money on rent, but they never improved their lifestyle. You had 3-4 generations living in Section 8 housing, but they never, ever improved their lifestyle. And that's like, so I agree with you. There are a lot of big business that's keeping us down. They're switching to AI and firing all of the good blue collar workers that would make this country continuously end up in the great again scenario that Donald Trump mentioned. But at the end of the day, while we know that technology is going to unemploy all of the manual labor workers, the manual labor workers are not trying to invest in a future that doesn't require them to work. We just understand we're going to be unemployed eventually. Trader says, like your example about the show Star Trek, the future productivity will be so high that money will become obsolete. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You got any other thoughts, Sterling? I love when Sterling comes. He's a very wise man.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me. No, I'm just reflecting on what you said. And I don't want to repeat myself or beat a dead horse. So I'm not sure if I have any other thoughts at the moment.
Okay, because I kept the show going for you because you were here. Because when you jumped in, I was just about to wrap things up. I was like, oh, there's Sterling. No, we're going to sit here for a little bit longer.
Well, don't let me hold you up. Yeah.
Oh, no, I got nothing to do for another 21 minutes. So
well, I'm sure we could fill those 21 minutes with conversation if you like.
Yeah, well, I can at least fill another 15 because I know there's a 5-minute rollout with the walkout, and that's why I asked if you had anything else you wanted to chime in before we wrap the show up. Because once you're done, I'm done. Because I was done when you jumped in, but you have a lot of intellect and you have a lot of contribution, and I love when you come to the show. So I wanted to linger a little bit to get all of your insights on today's topic.
Thank you. 2028. Who would you like to see run for president?
I don't know. I I have not found a political platform that benefits me. I am adapting to the political platform that's already been put in place. I don't even know who all is running for 2028. I have wrapped my mind around the observation that if they change congressional laws to allow a third term, that it might likely be Trump and JD Vance one more time, where Trump will do 2 more years and then JD Vance will take over and do the last two and then run for 2 more years. And while I can't say that I agree or disagree with that platform, I'm preparing for the hypothetical observation of what if he did give us 2 more years before he passed as president, and we've got to deal with a lot more of what's going on right now. That we will have a lot more volatility in the market, which means that shares are going to be the cost of shares are going to be very low, but the dividend distribution is still going to be very high. So the extra volatility will give us extra profits for those of us that are low income individuals investing and coming up. So if he did 2 more years, we would have from 2026 through, because he would be elected in 28, start presidency at 29, and do 2 more years to be like 30, retiring in 31. We would have from now, we'd have like another 5 years of chaos that would help the average American be able to build generational wealth if he stayed in office. Now, if they don't make any changes, he can't do a third term. JD Vance runs, he might get in. But you have to recognize that the only way he's getting in is if 70% of America believes that we want another 4 more years of Donald Trump, because JD Vance and Donald Trump came from the same position. If people say, well, we want something different, we want to put a Democrat back in office to undo some of the things that Donald Trump did do, because that's one of the reasons why the Trump accounts is only through 2028, because you can't guarantee what happens in 2029. If a Democrat comes in and undoes some of the things that Donald Trump did do, then we're looking at a landslide change in certain policies. Like because Trump capped student loans, he changed accessibility to healthcare, privatized a lot of it. He's made a lot of changes that doesn't benefit all of the people that he's made changes to. But I don't see any other people running that I know about. Again, popularity contest, I don't know these people, so I don't know what policies, platforms that they have. But if I find a policy or platform that does benefit me, that would be what I would be going for, not the specific person. So what I would have to do is look at who's campaigning for the 2028 elections right now in 2026, and then see what their platform is. And we can't guarantee that they're going to follow their platform. But assuming that they were going to take action on their platform, I would expect that this platform would be the platform that I would go for. Now, real quick, 70% of Americans voted for Trump, which means that the majority of the votes came from people that were Democrats and women that now regret what he did. So you got the LGBTQ community is negatively impacted, but a lot of them voted for him. Women that were negatively impacted by him, but a lot of women voted for him. Poverty-stricken people that are impacted by him, but a lot of those people voted for him. People that are on Social Security, disability, retirement, and other such that are negatively impacted by his actions, but a lot of people voted for him. But if you read Project 2025, it clearly dictates what he was going to do when he got into office. And while he did not say that he was completely attached to that project, his cabinet wrote it, and the stuff that he said that he was going to do after he got elected was written in that 900 something page document that any president that comes in after this document was made that is supposed to be part of the Republican Party should be following this model kind of thing. So when you ask yourself which parts of this 2025, this Project 2025 document do I want to continue seeing come to fruition versus do you want to put a stop to that? That's kind of going to be the only question you're going to be asking yourself, because if every Republican Party that comes in after Donald Trump is going to follow suit with Project 2025 plan, then you're looking at knowing exactly what the Republican Party is going to do. Now your question is, what do you want to do about it? Do you want to vote for it? Do you want to vote against it? Do you believe that not enough people are going to vote the same way that you're going to vote? You're going to navigate around it? That is what you have to ask yourself for 2029. What's your thought?
Well, sorry, I had to step outside. Hold on.
That's okay.
Well, when you say you don't know a person, but you want to vote on policies and you want to know their platform, okay, so without naming the person, is there one or two, three policies that are so important to you that you wouldn't bend on them and compromise that? And you would have to, is there any one policy that your candidate would have to hold to earn your vote? Does that make sense?
Right now, the only policy I've heard over the past 6 years is I don't like the abortion that is allowing women to terminate uh, pregnancy simply because they feel like it because it's their body, their choice. I believe that if they're allowed to get pregnant by the man in a consensual fashion, that the father should be allowed to have the child. She doesn't have to want to be a mother, but give the child to the father. You can have a C-section. You don't have to ruin all your innards and give birth naturally. You can have a C-section, but give the child to the father. Because I believe that's like the only one that I have stood firm on in any political position, and that I know before you even ask it, the double-edged sword, because I did not like the abortion thing, but I like that $1.3 million thing better. Sometimes they don't have everything in their platform that you agree with, so you have to ask yourself, like, um, do you grab this person or do you not? Because if you get the one thing that you want, you're going to end up with something that you don't want as well. But yeah, the abortion one, where women being able to terminate children when men want a legacy, and back in, I want to say, like the early 70s and 80s, when men didn't want that legacy or they didn't want that responsibility. I understand that, but these days more than 66% of men want that legacy, and women are pro-abortion. And it's like, look, if you're pro-abortion, just don't have sex. Instead of killing off a potential success story, just don't have sex. And that would increase your virtue, because instead of you having the type of body count that allows you to get pregnant when you're not ready, you can actually just stay a virgin or keep a really low body count and only have intentional sex with people you wouldn't have a problem with having a child for, so that if a child does come about, you're not going to be trying to terminate it. And that's like the only policy that I really have a strong position on. Because all the rest of them is just stuff that you can navigate around. Like when Kamala Harris had the policy about transparency on like flights and hotels and shit like that. It's like, bro, if you don't touch stuff, you don't pay for it. You bought the ticket for the seat that you're sitting in, not all the stuff they hand you while you're sitting in the seat. That stuff comes at an extra price. I've never been charged for something I wasn't expecting, because I don't ask for anything that didn't come with the original ticket. Even in a hotel, I've never been charged extra for things that I wasn't expecting, because I don't open a minibar. I don't I don't touch stuff that I wasn't. I don't channel surf on the TV and accidentally go to a pay-per-view channel. I don't do those things. I don't order room service and then come to find out that room service has an extra price. I can walk downstairs. So because I am proactive about not taking advantage of um the help, because the help comes at a price. The luxury of being catered to comes at a price, and while the price isn't advertised on the front price of anything, when you buy a new car, they don't tell you everything that you're paying for when you buy a new car. They list a lot of things on the car, but you got to talk to the dealer about the extra, the freight costs and everything else when you ship it in. That's part of the price of the car. Floor mats is $150. They don't tell you all that stuff. Then when you look at the car, the sticker price on the car, it just says $59,995. It doesn't tell you why. It just tells you all the amenities of it. It'll tell you how much all those items cost. But you can ask them to take all that extra stuff off of the car. Nobody knows that. They just buy the car as is for whatever the asking price is, but it's overcharged because the MSRP, that is not their sale price. There's only a $3,000 difference between their profit margin and the MSRP, and everything else is the extra stuff they put on the car. So when she said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna make more transparency," I don't really care about that, But I didn't like a lot of the stuff that Donald Trump was doing with the changing of some of the policies that he had, and I'm like, well, if he's changing that, instead of me saying, "Oh, I hate Donald Trump for what he did," I said, "No, let me find 54 stocks that I can actually have a primary investment portfolio that qualifies for what he's about to do." So instead of me really saying, "Well, there's certain policies," I'm just like, "It's a no-go. It's a no-go." I'm just like, man, let me navigate around that, because a lot of the policies that a lot of people are going to get pissed off is the gender laws that are happening. I had an objection to like how people are treating bathrooms right now because oh, you must go into one bathroom and you must go to, so they're segregating. It's a freaking toilet, but because something happened where somebody did something they wasn't supposed to do in a bathroom, now all of a sudden all the men are going to be treated like creeps. So if there's only one accessible toilet, if it says women's room, a man can't go in there. So that means that the bathroom is completely out of order. If you're a man and the only bathroom that functions is a woman's bathroom because of the laws that they're making. I don't think that that's fair, but I mean, I come from a culture where I was considered property a certain portion of this country's history. So it's not always going to be fair. This country's whole legal system was not created for me. I was a tool when this legal system was created. I just have to know how to navigate it and use it to my benefit. So that there aren't going to be a lot of policies that I'm going to be like, oh, that's a no-go. I'm not going to do that. But
Well,
I will find. What's your question?
Well, yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, then let's hit on that abortion one because it seems like that's the one issue you easily came up with. So you don't feel like a woman should have the right to choose? Like,
I believe that if one of the two parents wants the child, because we're talking about uniformity here, because when people come up with the abortion topic, they come from the perspective that the woman is being um, put into an abusive situation where she's taken advantage of against her will and she's pregnant as a result, like a special victims case. And now she's forced to put her life and her health on the line to give birth to this child after the man's gone to prison for what he's done to her. That's not what we have on a regular basis. We got these women that sleeping with more men than men can sleep with women. These women got more body counts than the odometer on your car. You understand? And then because they got pregnant a couple of times, and they don't want the financial responsibility, they don't want to really be responsible for this small life here. They just terminate it, not because their health is in jeopardy, not because they won't survive giving birth to the child, because they don't want the responsibility. They can't afford it right now. That's what adoption is for. They're using the wrong A word. You can safely give birth to this child, put it up for adoption. But my problem is that you're in a generation where the man wants the child. Back in the day, the man wanted you to get rid of the child. My body, my choice. You can't make me abort this child. I agree. You shouldn't be forced to abort the child because one of you wants a child. If both of y'all agree that y'all don't want the child, hey, that's a 2-to-1 vote, even if you include the child's vote. At the end of the day, unanimous decision, we agree that this isn't going to happen. But a lot of the times, you got women that'll abort the child in secret. The man don't know, find out later. That relationship is dead. You got women that'll abort the child because they don't remember who the baby daddy is because they did one of those OnlyFans scenarios with 8 different guys in the same room. Can't tell which one is which. Murray, Jerry Springer, series after series of like 5, 7, 10, 15 different partners. Can't tell which one of them is the baby daddy. And this is why abortions are so popular, not because it's protecting their health, not because it is protecting their life with the because women actually believe that they can give birth after 40, which is more volatile to their safety than giving birth between 16 and 29. Not saying that women should be sleeping around before the age of 18, but in certain countries, 13 to 16 is consensual age. And a lot of these women are promiscuous at 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. Babies having babies. That was a whole trend in the 80s and 90s where every 15 years a kid was having a kid. And the fact is that your first kid was at 15, second kid was at 19, third kid was at 22. Now you got 3 kids and you're 25. That's kind of how things was. And the fact is that, I don't agree with the abortion concept because people think, oh, you don't think that a woman is supposed to have a choice. Her choice comes from when she decides to sleep with the guy.
okay, boom.
That's where you made the choice.
Okay, boom. So then let me ask you this. If you sleep with a woman and you get chlamydia, should you be forced to keep chlamydia for the rest of your life?
Well, chlamydia is a virus that's going to kill you slowly. It's not something that's going to. That's a lot different from because what you're doing is you're basically comparing the life of the child to a life-threatening disease. And see, the
Right.
problem is that every life that you take when you kill a child off from an abortion is a potential person that could have been the next greatest president, the next Neil Armstrong, the next Barack Obama. You know, I mean, yeah, it could have been the next Hitler, it could have been the next Norman Bates. But at the end of the day, the potential of that child has been stifled out before the child had a chance to try. Do you believe that it would have been fair for you to be aborted before you were born? Most people would say no.
I,
You didn't even have a choice in that moment, but you existed. Once your heart starts beating, you should be able to exist.
and see, I disagree. I think that once you're able to exist physically without being dependent on another person's body, then you have the right to exist. And
Okay.
that guy who wants to keep the baby but the female doesn't, if he would have been able to carry that birth to term, then he could say that. But the fact
Well,
is that
I can agree with that. That you believe that the life starts after independent living occurs. But my concern is that in our society right now, we have women that are using their ability to create life as an excuse to leverage their entitlement to the estate of men. We're supposed to pay for everything on the dates. We're supposed to take care of these women. We're supposed to do all of these things for the women in an environment where the return on our investment is the legacy. But she's aborting the legacy. So the she doesn't have a virtue because women are sleeping around more than men. So the only thing that the woman is bringing
how's that
is the legacy.
how's that possible? Who are they sleeping
How's
with?
what possible?
How how can women be sleeping with more men than men are sleeping with women? Like
Oh, you have not seen the numbers.
I don't
Women
understand
choose
what
the so first and foremost, a woman can sleep with 6 guys in a day. That's guaranteed. A woman gets approached by more men in a day than women approach a man in a year. Okay, that's another given. And all the woman has to do is say yes. More often than not, men approach women because they want to have sex with women. They find different ways to articulate how they want to engage the woman so that they can get that woman to the ability to have sex with the woman. Men pay for the first date and they spend as much money as they can afford to spend to impress the woman. And sometimes they are on the fence about should they try to see if they sleep with her on the first date. But after the second or third time that they've impressed the woman with all the money they spent on a date, they expect to sleep with the woman. They're only spending that money so that they can sleep with the woman. Very few men are dating the woman so that they can have a lifetime partnership. They really just want to sleep with this girl. Guys meet chicks at the bar. They're buying her drinks at the bar so that she can go home with them and sleep with them after the bar. The fact is that their goal of interaction with the woman is sex. Now, women know this. Women exploit this. They get free entertainment when they go out because men are going to pay in hopes of and never get because the women don't have to reciprocate. But since she knows that he's going to spend, all she has to do is not say no. It's a gift. Don't turn down a free gift. I can't knock it. The guy is playing himself. But the problem comes in that is that women want to get into long-term relationships. They want to have unprotected sex with a lot of people. They end up pregnant, and it is not a planned pregnancy. And they're only aborting it because this wasn't the right person. It wasn't the right time, and they didn't have enough money. They don't want the responsibility. They want to finish college. They want to finish their career. They want to finish high school. But none of those reasons are why abortion was created, because it is a life-threatening situation that you will not survive. And that's not something that is happening with the average modern day. It is a bad decision that has to be aborted. That is all it is. Where they could just give birth to the child and give it to the father. Who wants the child? This isn't a situation where nobody wants a child, and if I give birth to it, I have to take care of it by myself or give it up for abortion. No, there's a man that wants this child, but you don't care about that. All you care about is my body, my choice. And I have a problem with that mentality, because if you met a man who says, I want to be a father, or I want to have more children if you're already a father, and she's dating this dude knowing that he wants a legacy. She finds out one day she's pregnant, and then she gets an abortion. You have taken his dream from him. While I agree, You should never force a woman to do something that she shouldn't want to do, but you should never take something away from a man that he's always wanted. So if you don't want to have children, don't have sex. But if you're gonna have sex, don't abort the children. Give them to the fathers.
Yeah,
That's uniform right there.
and I guess I would apply the same thing with chlamydia. If you don't want chlamydia, don't have sex, because if you have sex and you get chlamydia, you should keep it, even though you could take a pill and get rid of it real quick. You should keep it.
I mean, I can kind of agree with your logic on that dynamic. If you don't want to collect sexually transmitted diseases, because a lot of them you can't get rid of, you become what is called a host, where you forever carry the virus as a dormant virus in your body, where you end up passing it on to other people after you've contracted it. So if you don't want STDs, then you shouldn't have sex. I agree to that, but at the same time, I don't believe comparing the life of a child to a venereal disease is a equivocal factor.
Well, you're
Because
right,
again,
because
you're not getting rid of chlamydia because you can't afford to support it. You're not getting rid of chlamydia because you don't want that responsibility right now. You're getting rid of chlamydia because it might make you sterile. It's going to cause you further health issues and will in fact take your life, which actually in that situation, I would validate terminating the life, because that particular virus will kill you over the long time. So get rid of it. And at the same time, if a 9-month pregnancy would take your life and you want to live, abort the baby. I'm not saying don't abort the baby if your life is on the line. I'm saying that you shouldn't be aborting a baby when your life is not on the line.
what if a mother said that, as a mother, my life is always on the line?
Well, that would be unrealistic.
Well, when you look at like mothers dying during childbirth, like the United States is really high, like one of the highest.
I
So I mean,
understand that.
and I'm not sure. I mean, like, what if that's more deadly than chlamydia? I
It's
mean,
not. It's not. The abortion is just as detrimental to the mothers. It's not safer than giving birth to the child. There are negative side effects, and I don't have the list of negative side effects to the abortions outside of the mental issue that they come with, the postpartum depression after they have the abortion, which is a trauma that they don't readily get over because you still killed the child. Okay, so um, when we start talking about surgeries, operations, typically the operation only makes sense when there is no other outcome that benefits. Meaning, if you were going to die anyway, we might as well do it, because the worst that'll happen is you die. Best thing that'll happen is you will improve. But with an abortion that is done because I don't want the responsibility or I can't afford it right now, I would just live a harder life. The abortion is only there so that you don't die. There is an alternative. You have to live with the decision that you made with having unprotected sex with a person that you did not want to be a father with, or a person that isn't responsible, or whatever the case may be, which is accountability. Or you don't have sex, because you're not going to die from giving birth to this child. You're going to have a healthy pregnancy. You're going to give birth. The child is going to live to be an adult and hopefully does something positive for its community. But the abortion is just to avoid responsibility. That's what I'm objecting to. I'm not objecting to the life ending factor. If you have multiple miscarriages and you have issues with your health where carrying this child to term will compromise your life, that is an abortion scenario. But the women that are choosing to abort babies right now are doing it to spite their boyfriends. They're doing it because they don't want to be in this relationship. They're doing it because they don't want this responsibility. They're doing it for the wrong reasons. And because they're doing it for the wrong reasons, I'm not okay with it. That's why I'm not okay with it. Because they're not doing it. They're not doing it because, I'm a hemophiliac. If I give birth, I'm going to bleed to death. That's a perfect reason to abort. I got caught at a mystical concert. They took advantage of me. I woke up and now I'm pregnant. That's an opportunity for a divorce. I mean, for an abortion. But I've been dating this dude for 3 years. Now I'm pregnant, but I don't want to have this baby. That's not a good reason for an abortion. But people are also going to say that the abortion clinic should not interview the person to determine if the abortion is valid. So ultimately now, if you don't want the responsibility, you can just pay somebody to kill your child. But that's exactly what you're doing, is killing your child. You're killing future opportunity. And I don't agree with that. I don't think that that makes sense at all. I think that if you don't want the responsibility, give it to somebody else. But if you don't want to be in the position where you have to choose to abort a child, don't have sex until you're ready to have kids. You don't have to be prepared for it. But if you're willing to look after kids, even if you're struggling, that's when you start having sex. But if you're not willing to babysit somebody else's kids, or you're not willing to have your own kids following you around all the time because you can't afford a babysitter, now it's not the time to have sex. That prevents you from getting pregnant, which eliminates the need for the abortion. 40% of the population increase because abortion gets stopped. We don't have a population control problem because we just stopped killing off our generation. Other countries have a population control problem because they are not procreating. That's the difference.
Hey, well, look, I want to be respectful of your time.
What's up?
I want to be respectful of your time. I appreciate you having me up, and thank you so much for listening and sharing.
Yes, sir. Hey, I went 6 minutes over. I appreciate you. I'm gonna let my man know that I'm on my way over there. Thank you guys. I really appreciate y'all for coming to tonight's show. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will be seeing you guys tomorrow night. He said, religion, politics, and abortion debate, all base covered today. Every night, man.
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. I'm not landing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground.